The hot spring trip was suggested by my husband, and it was supposed to be a delightful getaway just for the two of us. However, without telling me, he invited our son and his wife, with whom I have a strained relationship. When we arrived at the hotel, my son's wife bluntly said, "If you dislike being with Mike and me so much, why don't you sleep in the parking lot or somewhere around there?" Her mocking words, combined with my husband and son's failure to intervene, pushed me to my breaking point. "Fine, do as you please. I'll be sleeping outside then." "Bye," I retorted and got into the rental car parked in the hotel lot, heading out for a night stroll to clear my mind. As I wandered the streets until dawn, I heard the sirens of ambulances and fire engines. When I turned my phone back on, I found an incredible number of missed calls from my husband and son. "What the hell are you doing? How many times do you think we called and texted you?" my husband demanded when I answered. He and my son were frantic, explaining that a careless smoking incident had caused a fire scare at the hotel. I was utterly appalled by their lack of apology, so I gave my husband one last chance. "Hey, which is more important to you? Mike and his wife or me?" "What? What's with that all of a sudden? Is this the time to be asking that? Just come back already," he replied. "I see, that's fine. Well, Mike is your child with that woman anyway, and it seems like I'm no longer in your eyes." Hearing these words, my husband and son were perplexed on the other end of the phone. That's when I decided to spill a secret, a hidden truth we had been carrying within our marriage. My name is Elizabeth, 46 years old, and this year marks the 20th anniversary of my marriage to James. We both work for a hobby manufacturer company, with James in sales and me in accounting, just as we have since our marriage. We were blessed with a son, Mike, who has become a delightful part of our lives by marrying Jennifer, a girl he met at university. To outsiders, we might appear to be a normal, happy family, but in reality, we are facing a certain issue. One day, as I was preparing dinner after returning home, I noticed James researching something on the computer. Curious, I peered over and saw beautiful resorts and hot springs displayed on the screen. I couldn't help but lean in closer with excitement. James turned to me and said, "Actually, I've been thinking about planning a trip soon." "A trip? That sounds wonderful." I couldn't contain my excitement and raised my voice. "See, we've both been busy working and haven't had much chance for this kind of thing. Don't you think it's about time we let loose a bit?" "Yes, I've been feeling the same way," he replied. Fortunately, outside of our busy seasons, we both have flexible schedules that allow for time off. Just thinking about the trip made me giddy with excitement, something that hadn't happened in years. Though James initially helped with household chores after our marriage, he eventually stopped, citing work as the reason, leaving me to handle most of it. This trip, suggested by James himself, was a much-needed break from the accumulated fatigue and stress, more than anything. I was happy when my husband, who usually only showed interest in his work and rarely conversed with me, suggested we go on a trip together. "The trip is a great idea," I said, "but there's something I've been hesitant to talk to you about." "Hesitant about what? What is it?" he asked. "You know what I'm talking about. It's about Mike and Jennifer." Hearing our son and daughter-in-law's names made my expression darken. Since advancing to junior high, Mike had grown distant and cold towards me, his mother. Ignoring my attempts to talk, he would lock himself in his room or go out, and on the rare occasions he did respond, it was with a dismissive, "It's nothing," or "Leave me alone." At times he was outright rude, demanding, "Hurry up with the food," or "Give me some pocket money." There were even instances when I was locked out of the house, not just by the door but by a chain gate. Initially, I dismissed it as a phase of rebellion, but when his harsh words and actions persisted, I grew concerned and consulted James several times. However, James brushed it off, saying, "Isn't that just a phase of rebellion? Or maybe just adolescence? You should understand that and deal with him properly as a mother," showing little concern for the matter. I tried to reach out to Mike, but his attitude remained unchanged. After advancing to high school, he moved into a dorm and continued living in one during university, hardly ever returning home. Even after marrying Jennifer, I wasn't invited to their wedding, and my letters of congratulations went unanswered. When Mike brought his wife Jennifer home, I immediately sensed a mismatch. Her brightly dyed hair, heavy makeup, and flamboyant attire made her appear quite flashy, even for her age. In front of James and Mike, Jennifer behaved normally. But the moment we were alone, she stared at me, then glared and said, "I wondered what kind of woman the mother of Mike would be, only to find out she's this plain. No wonder Mike detests you." Her derogatory words and expression cut deep. I thought Jennifer was indeed a perfect match for Mike. Interestingly, they didn't have any children and seemed to live a carefree life, despite their apparent dislike for me. Much like Mike's. From the day they were introduced, they began to frequent our house often, usually with Mike in tow. When they visited, Mike and Jennifer would lounge around, hurling insults at me, and even stay for dinner. I was left to prepare and clean up the meals alone while they arrogantly demanded more drinks and snacks, leaving me no peace. I rarely joined their conversations, but Jennifer once condescendingly said, "Elizabeth, why do you even work after getting married? Spending hours surrounded by old men making toys?" I couldn't do that. Jennifer, being supported by Mike, doesn't work herself, and given her habit of skipping work, likely wouldn't last long in any job. Hearing her gleefully talk about skipping past jobs, I sighed inwardly. Unable to tolerate Mike and Jennifer's selfish and tyrannical behavior any longer, I once again sought advice from James. However, he simply said, "Mike is still as rebellious as ever, but Jennifer isn't that bad, right?" Feeling miserable, I replied, "But I'm being treated like a maid by Jennifer." I had my job too, and my body couldn't handle the stress any longer. Despite my concerns, James would just play dumb and brush it off, claiming he didn't know what to do. Eventually, the visits from Mike and Jennifer stopped. Whether they no longer wanted to see me or had other obligations such as work or finances, the reason was unclear, but their absence from our home was certain. Still, it seemed James continued to meet with them. Sometimes I could smell their perfume and cigarette smoke on him when he came home. As an asthmatic, cigarette smoke was particularly harmful to me, so I had asked Mike and Jennifer to refrain from smoking inside the house during their visits. Even with our strained relationship, I found relief in not having to endure their unpleasant behavior. I was determined to ensure they wouldn't interfere with our hot spring trip, and I worked hard to convince James of this. Relieved when he agreed, I looked forward to our trip to Hawaii. I pored over the guidebook daily, bought new clothes, and eagerly anticipated the vacation. However, the intrusion began on the very first day. As we arrived at the airport security check for our Hawaii-bound flight, pulling our suitcases and preparing to pass through the ticket gates, I was stunned to hear familiar voices. I turned around to see Mike and Jennifer standing there. "What? Why are you here?" I asked in disbelief. "Didn't Dad tell you? We decided to come along to Hawaii," Mike replied. I was dumbfounded and glared at James. "Mike and Jennifer have always dreamed of going to Hawaii," he said. "I'll handle them, so please let's go together." I was astounded. Despite all my efforts, including working hard and dieting for this trip, James still prioritized Mike and Jennifer. My plan seemed ruined, and I decided there was no point in going to Hawaii with such unpleasant feelings. As I was about to turn back, Mike and Jennifer stopped me. "For the past 11 years, I've wanted to reconcile with you, Mom, but I couldn't bring myself to be honest about it," Mike said. "I know my behavior wasn't right, and I realize now that I've been awkward and unfair. I want to get along with you, Elizabeth, and I don't want to strain our relationship any further." I was taken aback. It was the first time Mike had shown such humility, and Jennifer seemed eager to avoid appearing as the villain. Reluctantly, I agreed to go to Hawaii with the four of us. On the plane, Mike and Jennifer were in high spirits, ordering and starting to drink alcohol, while James sat happily next to me. Despite their upbeat mood, I felt an odd sense of unease and tried to distract myself by gazing at the scenery outside the window. Upon arriving in Hawaii and renting a car, we started our trip based on the plan James had revised on the plane. However, it wasn't long before Mike and Jennifer began to ignore my presence, speaking only to James. At water-based attractions like Sea Life Park and Waikiki Beach, they would intentionally trip me, making me fall and get soaked. At lunch, they pushed their leftovers onto me, among other forms of harassment. The tension escalated after dinner when Mike and Jennifer came to our hotel room, wanting to drink. When James went downstairs to get some snacks, Mike and Jennifer, who had bought alcohol in Hawaii, sat on my bed without asking. Mike pulled out an ashtray and cigarettes. "Hey, this is a non-smoking room. Stop it, please," I said. "It's fine if we ventilate," Mike replied with an annoyed look, and Jennifer began to light a cigarette as well. Reaching my limit, I shouted, "Enough. Stop smoking in a non-smoking room. You'll get us thrown out if you don't follow the hotel's rules." "What's with you all of a sudden?" Mike retorted. "I told you before that I have asthma and can't handle cigarette smoke." Please follow the hotel's rules, I said, struggling to keep my composure. Your serious motherly attitude has always been so irritating, Jennifer snapped. Smoking in a non-smoking room is the height of rudeness. God, you're so annoying. What's wrong with having fun on a trip? If you hate smoke so much, why don't you sleep in the parking lot or somewhere else? My head went blank from their words. Just then, James returned from his errand. Hey, it's loud even in the hallway. What's with all the shouting? I can't stand being with these two for another second, I said. They're trying to smoke in a non-smoking room, and why did you bring them along despite me saying no? This is unbelievable, I said, my pent-up emotions overflowing with tears. Mike and Jennifer looked down at me, smirking. You're just annoying, acting all high and mighty, Mike said with a smirk. You're no fun, not even drinking a single sip of alcohol. I felt something snap inside me. Fine, I get it. I'd rather sleep outside than stay here. Bye. Hey, Elizabeth, James began, but I quickly gathered my valuables and phone and stormed out of the room. James tried to stop me by grabbing my arm, but I shook him off. Leave me alone. I want to be alone, I said, my voice trembling. I hurried out of the hotel and made my way to the parking lot. There was no sign of James following me. I got into the rental car and drove around Hawaii at night, trying to clear my head. Despite my suspicions, Mike and Jennifer hadn't changed their attitude towards me, and James was no better. Despite my desperate pleas, he had brought Mike and Jennifer along without my consent. It seemed impossible to continue any semblance of a family relationship after this trip, especially with the secret about James and Mike that I had kept hidden. The more I thought about it, the more anger and sadness overwhelmed me, so I kept driving to calm myself down. As I drove through Hawaii's beautiful night scenery, my heated mind gradually cooled. After a while, tiredness set in, so I parked the rental car in a coastal park and decided to rest inside. I thought I heard sirens in the distance, but I was too exhausted to care and quickly fell asleep. When I woke up, dawn had broken, and the sparkling sea greeted me with its beauty. Soothing my spirits, I had breakfast at a seaside diner and then remembered to check my phone. I had turned it off before driving because I didn't want to hear from James or see his texts. Now, calm, I turned on my phone and was shocked by the number of missed calls and texts starting from around 11 o'clock last night. There were at least 30 or 40 of them. Just then, a call from James came in. What the hell are you doing? Do you know how many times we've tried to reach you? I've called and texted you. James's voice was a mix of anger and distress. What do you mean? I just had breakfast at a seaside diner, I replied, confused. While we're in deep trouble, you're casually having breakfast. Mike's voice came through, irritated. What trouble are you talking about? It's exactly as it sounds, James said. After you left, we had a little party with cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks. Before we knew it, we fell asleep, and when we woke up, the room was filled with smoke. A fire? I asked, horrified. Yes, James confirmed. The cause was Mike and Jennifer's cigarettes not being fully extinguished. Thankfully, it was just a small fire, but the fire trucks arrived in droves, and everyone in the hotel had to evacuate. Now we're being blamed for it. Jennifer suffered a minor burn and was taken to the hospital. Mike and I have to go to the police for questioning and apologize to the hotel staff. I see now, the sirens I heard last night must have been for that, I said, stunned by the extent of their carelessness. Then James, in his usual carefree and irresponsible manner, said, So, we're tied up here and can't leave. Can you go to the hospital and stay with Jennifer? The lack of apology and his prioritization of Jennifer over me made it clear that some things would never change. I decided to give James one last chance. James, who is more important to you, me or Mike and Jennifer? What? Why are you asking that now? This isn't the time, James replied, sounding bewildered. Well, I said, by then, I was completely disillusioned with James's attitude. Hey, what do you mean? Don't joke around at a time like this, James said, his frustration evident. Well, Mike is your child with that woman, and it seems I'm no longer in your thoughts, I said, as both James and Mike looked confused by my words. I took a deep breath and decided it was time to reveal the secret I had kept hidden. Mike, you are the child of your father and his mistress, I said firmly. Mike was stunned into silence and James grew visibly agitated as I continued. 24 years ago, James had an affair with a woman who worked with us at the time. By the time I discovered the affair, she was already pregnant. She had the audacity to tell me, "I'll give you the child, so don't demand any compensation." I found her contemptible, but I couldn't bear the thought of abandoning the child. So, I decided to raise the child, yourself, as my own without seeking any compensation. The mistress was fired, and James's affair became known, but taking you in helped soften the blow. Despite not being biologically related, I raised you as my own. However, your rebellious phase began in middle school and only worsened over time, which I initially thought was normal adolescent behavior. As the years went by, your attitude grew increasingly challenging. Realizing you were indeed the child of James and his mistress, I was torn between the affection I had developed for you and the harsh reality. Mike, still in shock, shouted through the phone, "That can't be true. I can't just be some bastard child. I have proof of your father's affair." I said, "I keep it with me because I didn't trust James to keep it safe." "So, you're saying you're not my real mother?" "That's what I've been trying to tell you. I try to be a real mother, but it's clear we don't get along. Maybe it's because you carry that woman's blood." Mike fell silent, grappling with the gravity of the revelation. James's voice rose in frustration. "What are you saying? You promised you wouldn't tell Mike." "I don't care about promises. Be grateful for the 24 years I've put up with this," I retorted before ending the call. I blocked both James and Mike and decided to enjoy the rest of my Hawaii trip on my own, returning to New York before them. Back home, I packed up my belongings, moved back into my parents' house, and prepared divorce papers for James. A colleague later informed me of the aftermath of their hot spring trip. They were severely reprimanded by the police for their negligence, and the hotel demanded a hefty compensation for the disturbance caused by smoking in a non-smoking room. With my parents' help, they managed to navigate the legal and financial fallout. My divorce from James was finalized smoothly and soon became the topic of office gossip. James's work performance declined, leading to his quiet resignation. He struggled to find new employment, eventually borrowing money from various acquaintances and declaring bankruptcy. Mike's financial and mental stability also deteriorated, leading to constant arguments with Jennifer. As for me, I found solace in the hot springs during my solo trip and now visit several times a year with my parents and friends. My work has flourished and I've been promoted to head of the accounting department.
I refused to pay for my sister's expensive wedding after our parents said they couldn't afford it, and because of that, my whole family turned against me. Later, my sister showed up at my door, which led to a confrontation. I'm a 31-year-old mobile developer who earns a lot more than anyone else in my family. My mom is a retired piano teacher, and my dad runs a visual merchandising store. My younger sister, Amy, who is 27, and I haven't spoken in 3 years. This is mainly because of her difficult and entitled attitude, which has been a problem since we were kids, but was never addressed by our parents. 4 years ago, the gap between us grew worse during a Christmas dinner I hosted at my new apartment. I wanted it to be a special occasion, but Amy criticized the size and style of my home and bragged about her wealthy boyfriend's huge estate. I couldn't take it anymore, so I told her that, unlike her boyfriend, I was supporting myself, and if she didn't like my place, she could leave. Amy and her boyfriend stormed out, and we haven't spoken since. Even though our parents have tried to get us to make up, I've chosen to keep my distance from her. Recently, I found out that Amy got engaged to the same boyfriend from that Christmas dinner and was planning a very expensive wedding. Our parents, maybe not thinking it through, promised to pay for the pricey venue and decorations, trying to compete with the groom's rich parents. But they soon realized they couldn't afford it, so they came to me asking for a loan. I remembered how they refused to help me with my college costs, saying I had to be financially independent after I turned 18, so I said no. Now, some relatives think I'm being petty, but I feel justified given the situation and how they pushed me to be financially independent in the past. I'm looking for advice on whether my position is fair or if I'm really being petty, like some of my family members think. The costs were incredibly high, and no matter how hard I worked, I couldn't cover them. I suggested taking out a student loan, but my parents were strongly against it. They were even more shocked when I mentioned borrowing money from relatives, saying it went against their principles. Despite many arguments, they refused to budge. In the end, my grandparents stepped in and helped me get a loan, allowing me to go to college. During that time, I was really frustrated with my parents, though I eventually forgave them. However, I haven't completely forgotten their strong views on borrowing money. My sister, on the other hand, avoided these financial struggles altogether by deciding not to go to college. Her plan was to inherit our father's business or marry, which is what she's doing now. As she plans her expensive wedding, it seems my parents have conveniently forgotten their stance on borrowing money because they came to me for financial help. I couldn't help but remind them of their previous refusal to support loans. They were shocked, clearly not expecting me to remember their words so well. After our conversation, several relatives reached out to me, saying I had embarrassed my parents. According to them, my financial success had changed me, and now I was looking down on my parents. I thought these accusations were unfair. All I had done was stand up against what I saw as hypocrisy. Because of this, I chose to distance myself from my parents and the relatives who didn't understand my side. I stayed out of my sister's wedding preparations entirely. Recently, my parents visited me again, upset because they had been uninvited for my sister's wedding. I was shocked since I hadn't spoken to her. They told me that when they admitted to her and her in-laws that they couldn't fully fund the wedding, things got complicated. This unexpected situation has made me feel even more distant from my family, but I still believe I didn't do anything wrong. My sister lost her temper and started pressuring them to find a way to get the money. She didn't want to ask her in-laws for help because that would make her and our family look bad. I understood her point. If my parents weren't sure they could afford the wedding, they shouldn't have promised to cover it in the first place. While my sister can often act spoiled and entitled, I don't think she was wrong here. In my opinion, she and her fiancé should have taken on the full cost themselves since his family could easily afford it. However, if my parents made a commitment, they should follow through with it. My sister was right that asking her in-laws for money would make our family look bad, so she had every reason to be upset, and I supported her decision. I explained to my parents that I had nothing to do with their choice to make promises they might not be able to keep. They created this situation themselves, and there was no one else to blame. At this point, I think my sister uninviting them from the wedding was a bit extreme, but honestly, what did they expect from Amy? She's always been like this, and they're the ones responsible for handling her behavior, not me. Despite my explanation, my parents didn't accept it. They kept saying that if I had just helped by lending them some money instead of holding on to past grudges, we wouldn't be in this mess. I felt it was really unfair for them to blame me, so I told them to leave. They left, but they kept dragging me into the situation, and now the whole family has turned against me, calling me selfish and heartless. Personally, I don't think I've done anything wrong. I stand by my decision not to pay for my sister's wedding, especially since my parents can't afford it. Recently, I decided to cut off all contact with my entire family. It's unbelievable how both my mom's and dad's sides of the family have united against me. The only exception is my grandparents. My mom's parents have passed away, but my dad's parents still support me. They've been trying to keep the peace in the family, but even they're getting tired of all the drama. Everyone in the family has had disagreements before, but their dislike for me has brought them together in a way I didn't expect. At least I'm thankful I could do something positive for the family, even though I've now blocked everyone else to avoid more drama. Someone commented that the real reason everyone dislikes me so much is probably because they're jealous. I think that's a fair point. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I'm doing much better than most of my family members, and I don't think they can handle it. Growing up, I never really listened to anyone's advice. Most of my family told me I should get a business degree and take over my dad's store because they thought that was the best future for me, instead of spending so much time on the computer. But here I am, making my living from computers, and I'm a lot more successful than most of my cousins. Not only are they jealous of me, but their parents seem to resent me too. I don't understand it because I believe families should celebrate each other's successes and share in the happiness. But that's never been the case with my family. It makes me sad sometimes, but I know I can't change how other people act. I bet my parents are enjoying the fact that everyone is against me right now because, in their eyes, I'm the one who got them uninvited for my sister's wedding. We haven't spoken since they last came over, accusing me of ruining their relationship with my sister, which still doesn't make sense to me. My grandparents told me they aren't speaking to my parents either, because they're on my side. It just shows how ungrateful my parents are since my grandparents have helped them so many times in the past, but they don't seem to remember that. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't help them when they asked for my support. In the end, I believe that keeping peace and doing what's best for myself is more important than holding on to a toxic family dynamic. It's a hard decision, but I know it's the right one for my well-being and future. Yesterday was quite an eventful day for me. I was swamped with work and didn't have a chance to share what happened here. Something unexpected happened after I got home. Amy, my sister, who I hadn't spoken to in 3 years, came to visit me. This was surprising because we haven't had a good relationship and hadn't been in touch for a long time. When she arrived about an hour after I got home, I was really taken aback, given everything that had happened between us. I assumed she might want to talk about her wedding plans, especially since our parents weren't invited. I thought maybe she needed financial help. But to my surprise, Amy didn't start the conversation like that. Instead, she came with an apology for her past behavior. She told me she was starting a new chapter in her life with her upcoming marriage, and before inviting anyone else, she wanted to formally invite me to her wedding. She apologized for how she had acted in the past, admitting that she had been difficult and that she regretted her behavior. Amy also mentioned that our parents never corrected her behavior when we were younger, so she grew up thinking it was okay to act that way. She was acting more mature now, realizing that in the past, she had been wrong and wanted to fix her relationships, starting with me. As I listened, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, I was happy that she came to apologize and take responsibility for her actions. On the other hand, I was cautious, sensing that there might be more to her visit. After finishing her heartfelt apology, I told her that I appreciated it and was glad she recognized her mistakes. But I could tell she wasn't finished yet, so I waited for what she had to say next. As expected, Amy went deeper into the situation. She mentioned that she knew our parents had been hard on me too. She had heard from other family members that they thought I was selfish and heartless for not helping with her wedding expenses. Amy tried to defend me, saying I was right to stand my ground since our parents hadn't supported me financially after I turned 17. She explained that our parents had promised to help her with the wedding, but now they were unable to pay for anything. This left Amy feeling embarrassed and in a tough financial spot. At this point, Amy made her real request. She asked if I could lend her the money for the wedding, promising to pay it back by the end of the year. She even offered to sign a contract to make the agreement official, showing how serious she was about returning the money. Her offer to put everything in writing made her request seem more genuine and trustworthy. Despite her promises, I knew I needed time to think about it. Even though she had apologized, our relationship was still rocky, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to trust her again. I hoped she would understand my hesitation, but Amy didn't take it well. She got upset, accusing me of being unreasonable and saying she wasn't asking for much. In the end, I decided not to rush into a decision. While I appreciated her apology and could see she was trying to make things right, I needed to think about our past and whether helping her financially was the best choice. Our relationship had been strained for years, and her request brought up a lot of old feelings and unresolved issues. Looking back on the day, I realized that sometimes people need to face their past actions and seek forgiveness to move forward. Amy's visit was a big step for her, showing that she wanted to change and rebuild relationships. Whether I choose to help her or not, her willingness to apologize and reach out was an important moment for both of us. As I continued to think about what happened, I hoped that this encounter could lead to a better understanding between us. Rebuilding trust won't happen quickly, but Amy's gesture was a start. Only time will tell how our relationship changes from here, but for now, I'm thankful that she took the step to apologize and seek reconciliation. For the last 3 years, Amy and I had no relationship at all. We didn't talk, didn't see each other, and our sibling bond was completely broken. So, when she decided to visit me out of the blue, it felt both surprising and suspicious. I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't really there to reconnect, but had another reason maybe to ask for money. Deep down, I doubted her apology was sincere. When Amy arrived at my house, I could tell something was off. Instead of starting with an apology, she acted just like our parents, selfish and only thinking about herself. Frustrated by her behavior, I couldn't hold back any longer. I told her she was just like our parents, always looking out for herself. As expected, she got angry and started yelling at me, but I wasn't going to tolerate that kind of behavior anymore. Unlike our parents, who always expect things from us, I decided to stand my ground. I firmly told her to leave my house, making it clear that I wouldn't accept her actions. At first, Amy refused to go, insisting she wasn't finished talking. In a moment of frustration, I grabbed her arm and pushed her out of my home. She threatened to call the police, saying I had attacked her, but I didn't care. Eventually, she left. Although I was really angry for a while, looking back now, it almost seems funny, and I've moved on. A couple of weeks passed after that intense argument, and I figured that any invitation Amy might have given me was now off the table. But today, something surprising happened. I received an invitation to her wedding. This unexpected gesture left me confused and unsure about what to think. Was she serious about fixing our relationship, or was there another hidden reason? Feeling uneasy, I decided to reach out to her for some clarity. At first, she didn't respond to my messages, which made me wonder if the invitation was even real. After a few hours, she finally called me back. Her tone was short and not very friendly, but I thanked her for the invitation anyway, hoping to understand her true intentions. I asked her what was really going on. Amy explained that her apology during her visit was sincere, and she was truly trying to become a better person. She also mentioned that she had managed to get all the money she needed for the wedding on her own, so she no longer needed any financial help. Amy wanted me to know that her apology wasn't just to get on my good side, because I had money. She assured me that she truly meant every word she said that day. Amy went on to say that our parents played a big part in her realizing how she used to act. Their constant criticism made her see that she had been behaving badly in the past. Wanting to be different from them, she worked hard to change her behavior and become a better person. This personal growth was what motivated her to invite me to her wedding as a way to fix our broken relationship. Curious about what was happening in our family, I asked Amy if she was planning to invite our parents to her wedding too. She clarified that, despite what our parents were telling others, she had never officially uninvited them. She had just been really frustrated with them, which made things tense from the start. She had warned our parents that her wedding plans were very expensive and more than they could afford. But our parents were confident they could handle it, which turned out to be unrealistic. Amy explained that telling her future in-laws the truth about our parents' inability to contribute would have been embarrassing. Not only did our parents fail to keep their promises, but they also tried to compete with her in-laws, which added even more stress to the situation. This led to arguments, and eventually, our parents decided to uninvite themselves from the wedding. Amy never directly told them to stay away. They made that decision after her outbursts. What bothered me the most was that our parents chose to talk to everyone else about their problems instead of addressing them with us directly. This made them look hypocritical, complaining about their children without even trying to fix things within the family. Their actions made it hard for us to even consider making amends because they always found ways to blame us while making themselves look like the victims in every situation. Despite all the chaos, I was relieved to hear that Amy hadn't been pushed aside by the rest of the family like I had been. She was still deciding whether to invite our parents to her wedding because, even though they had treated me badly, they were still explaining themselves to her and showing a different side than they did with me. Amy's decision to change and offer an olive branch by inviting me to her wedding was a big step. It showed that she wanted to fix our relationship and move past the years of silence. Hearing her side of the story made me realize that maybe there's a chance for us to make up, even though our past is full of misunderstandings and hurt feelings. Thinking about everything that's happened, I understand that family relationships can be very complicated. Amy's efforts to apologize and invite me to her wedding show that she's trying to break away from the negative patterns our parents created. Even though the last 5 years have been tough, her actions give me hope that we can heal and rebuild our bond. As I think about her invitation, I'm reminded that forgiveness and understanding are key to moving forward. It won't be easy to get past years of tension and pain, but Amy's genuine attempt to make amends suggests that change is possible. Whether I decide to attend her wedding or not, this experience has taught me the importance of communication and being willing to give family another chance. In the end, Amy's visit and her wedding invitation have opened the door to possibly restoring our relationship. It's going to be a long journey, but taking the first step toward reconciliation is a positive move for both of us. Only time will tell how things unfold, but for now, I'm cautiously hopeful about fixing our broken sibling bond. I think my parents might be acting this way because they're too proud to apologize, yet not too proud to rely on their children in the future. Since my grandparents have stopped supporting them, they probably feel the need to keep Amy on their side. This might explain why they're treating her differently, but I'm not entirely sure what's really going on. It's sad to see how they're treating me now, especially compared to how they treat Amy. But at least she's starting to see the reality of the situation. If Amy is truly trying to become a better person, I'm willing to give her a chance. After we talked on the phone, Amy apologized for her outburst the other day and said she would be really happy if I could attend her wedding. She mentioned that having at least one family member there would mean a lot to her. I haven't decided yet if I'll go, but I'm giving myself a few days to think it over before I let her know. Rebuilding a relationship after 4 years isn't easy, but I don't want to be the type of person who holds on to grudges forever. Living that way would only make me miserable. I discussed this with my grandparents, and they told me that if I decide to attend the wedding, they'll come too. At first, they weren't sure if they wanted to go, but given everything that's happened, they're reconsidering. Amy seems to be rethinking her relationships with the rest of the family and might not even invite our parents. Yesterday, I went to Amy's wedding, or more accurately, I walked her down the aisle. Sadly, our parents never apologized or reached out to her before the wedding, so they weren't invited. She was really upset about it in the days leading up to the ceremony. She called me and asked if I would be willing to walk her down the aisle because she needed someone for emotional support. I agreed right away. No matter what had happened between us in the past, no one deserves to be treated like that by their own parents over a small disagreement. I always knew it would be easier for our parents to cut me off emotionally, since Amy was always the favorite. But seeing them refuse to fix their relationship with the one child who mattered most to them was a new low. Part of the reason Amy acted badly in the past was because our parents never corrected her behavior. As parents, it was their job to guide her, but they chose to let her do whatever she wanted, which turned her into a spoiled brat. I'm not saying it's entirely their fault, but they could have done something to prevent it. When Amy asked me to walk her down the aisle, she seemed genuinely thankful. Even the few family members she invited chose not to come to the wedding. It seems they all wanted to side with our parents and be part of the drama. I was able to convince our grandparents to come to the wedding. Before the ceremony, Amy apologized to all of us, and her fiancé also apologized to me for how he had treated me years ago. Amy told me she had explained everything about our parents to him, and he reassured her not to worry about the costs. He would handle everything. That's how they managed. Amy almost broke down before the ceremony because our parents weren't there, but her fiancé, our grandparents, and I all encouraged her not to let them ruin her special day. I won't say that everything is perfect now, but we're going to work on rebuilding our relationship. I'm willing to believe she has changed, and when I saw her yesterday, I felt she was sincere about wanting a fresh start. Some people might not agree with my decision, but I believe I'm doing the right thing. I always knew my sister would find a way to steal the spotlight, even on my wedding day. That's just how Rachel is. She's always the center of attention, at least in our family's eyes. But I never imagined she'd actually take my wedding dress. My name is Kelly. I've spent 29 years being the other daughter. I'm the practical one, the dependable one, not the exciting, amazing one like Rachel. Tonight is Rachel's engagement party, and it feels like I'm watching a movie I've seen too many times. "Oh, sweetheart, you look stunning," Mom says, adjusting Rachel's hair with a proud smile. Henry is such a great guy. I knew he was the one the moment I met him. I take another sip of champagne, trying not to think about how Mom barely reacted when I got engaged to Adam 7 months ago. All she said was, "He seems nice enough." "Kelly, can you grab more appetizers from the kitchen?" Dad calls out, not even looking at me. Of course. Even at Rachel's party, I'm the one doing chores. "I'll help," Adam whispers, gently squeezing my hand. I love him so much for that. In the kitchen, I start placing crackers and cheese on a tray while Adam opens another bottle of wine. You okay? He asks softly, concern in his eyes. I'm fine, I say, but then pause. I don't want to sound like a jealous teenager. Sometimes I wonder if my family even notices me at all. He pulls me into a hug. His chest is warm against my cheek. I see you, he says. You're the most amazing person I know. A loud laugh comes from the living room. I peek around the corner and see Rachel holding a glass of champagne, telling a story to a group of people. She's talking about her perfect proposal. Henry got down on one knee right in Bryant Park while a string quartet played our song. It was like a fairy tale. Mom wipes away a tear. It was so magical. I remember Adam's proposal. It wasn't fancy, but it was real. He made dinner at home, and while we danced in our small living room, he nervously asked me to marry him. It was sweet and perfect. Mom's response back then? At least you're finally settling down, Kelly. Suddenly, Rachel's voice cuts through my thoughts. Where are those appetizers? Everyone's hungry. I take a deep breath, pick up the tray, and walk back out with my best supportive sister smile. That's when I hear it, the one conversation that changes everything. Speaking of the wedding, Rachel says to Mom, lowering her voice like she's telling a secret. I was thinking about Kelly's dress, Rachel said. I froze just outside the doorway. The one she bought for her wedding? Mom asked. It really is beautiful. She's not getting married until next year anyway, Rachel replied. My wedding is in 4 months, and that dress would be perfect for my garden ceremony. It's just sitting in her closet. I'm sure she wouldn't mind, Mom said. You are her sister, and it would look amazing on you. My hands tightened around the platter I was holding. That dress wasn't just fabric to me. I had spent months looking for it. The moment I saw it, I knew it was the one. I had worked hard and saved my own money to buy it, because Mom refused to help me pay for it like she did for Rachel. I'll talk to her about it tomorrow, Rachel said, sounding so sure. She always understands. I walked into the room and set the platter down harder than I meant to. Some of the crackers jumped, and a few people turned to look. Everything okay, sweetie? Dad asked, finally looking in my direction. I looked straight at Rachel. She looked a little guilty, but her eyes had that same smug look she always had, the one that said she knew she would get what she wanted. Everything's fine, I said, my voice calm even though I was angry inside. Just perfect. My best friend Emma looked at me from across the room. She knows me well and could see something was off. She raised her eyebrow, asking me silently if I was okay. I gave her a tiny shake of my head, not now. Because as I stood there, watching Rachel soak in everyone's praise like she always did, something changed inside me. All those years of being ignored, of being the second choice, of always stepping aside, suddenly became clear in that one moment. She wants my wedding dress? Fine. But this time, things won't go the way she expects. This time, I won't be the quiet, understanding sister. I won't be the practical one who always moves out of the way. This time, her perfect day is about to hit a bump. The next morning, I was folding laundry when the doorbell rang. I already knew who it was. Rachel never waits when she wants something. Kelly, she said brightly as she walked right into my apartment, her fancy purse swinging. I need to talk to you about something important. I kept folding clothes. Coffee's on. No time to chat. She sat down on my couch with perfect posture and her usual sweet but practiced smile. You know how my wedding is coming up first, right? She said. I've been thinking your wedding dress would be perfect for my garden wedding. You want my wedding dress? I asked. I set the towel down and turned to face her completely. Just to borrow it, she said quickly. You're not using it for months anyway. She leaned forward, eyes wide like she was trying to look sweet and innocent. Come on, ally. You know how much this means to me. Before I could say anything, there was another knock at the door. Of course. Mom. Rachel had brought back up. I figured I'd find you both here, Mom said as she walked in, holding a garment bag. Kelly, honey, I grabbed your dress from the closet at home. I thought we could do a quick fitting with Rachel right now. My throat tightened. They had already taken it, my dress, from my room at my childhood home. Without even asking, I stood still, frozen, As Mom unzipped the bag and revealed the beautiful ivory lace I had fallen in love with. "Mom," I managed to say, "you went into my room?" "Don't be so dramatic, sweetheart," she said. "We're family." She held the dress up to Rachel, who was already slipping off her jacket. "Oh, it's perfect," Mom said. "Even better than on you, Kelly. The color looks amazing on Rachel's skin." I grabbed my phone and quickly texted Emma, SOS.
"Come over now."
"I haven't said yes," I said, but they weren't even listening. Rachel was already stepping into my dress, and Mom was helping her zip it up. "Oh my God," Rachel said, spinning in front of the mirror. "It's like it was made for me." "You look absolutely stunning," Mom said proudly. "Kelly, isn't your sister beautiful?" I stared at the dress. My dress. The one I worked extra hours to buy. The one I dreamed about dancing in with Adam on my wedding night. "Take it off," I said quietly. Rachel paused and turned to look at me.
"What?"
I said, "Take it off. It's my dress. I bought it. It's for my wedding." Mom let out a sigh, the same disappointed one I've heard 1,000 times. "Kelly, don't be selfish. Your sister needs it first. You know how important this is to her." "Important to her?" My voice got louder. "What about what's important to me? Just once, can it be about me?" "You're being ridiculous," Rachel said, smoothing the lace down. "It's just a dress. And you know I'll take better care of it then." The door suddenly flew open. Emma stood there, taking in the scene with sharp eyes. "What the hell is going on?" she asked. "Perfect timing," Rachel said with a smile. "Peter, doesn't this dress look amazing on me?" Emma didn't answer her. She walked straight to me and stood between me and my family. "Mrs. Frank," she said firmly, "with all due respect, that dress belongs to Kelly. You can't just take it." "We're not taking it," Mom said quickly. "We're just borrowing it. For family." Emma turned to me. "Kelly," she said, her voice calm but strong. "What do you want?" I looked at my sister, glowing in my dress like it already belonged to her. I looked at my mom, who was always ready to defend her favorite. Then I looked at my best friend, the only person who ever truly saw me. And I said, "Keep it." "I mean it," I said finally. "Kelly," Emma started, but I cut her off. "No, really."
"Keep it, Rachel."
"You always get what you want anyway, right? What's one more thing?" "Don't be dramatic," Rachel said, rolling her eyes. "I'll give it back in perfect condition." "I'm sure you will," I replied, meeting her eyes in the mirror. "I hope it brings you exactly what you deserve." Mom clapped her hands cheerfully. "That's the spirit. Now, Rachel, let's talk about the alterations." After they left with my dress, Emma turned to me. "Please tell me you're not actually okay with this." I walked over to the window and watched as Rachel carefully placed my dress into her car. "You know what's funny?" I said. "For the first time, I actually am okay. Because now I know exactly what I'm going to do." Emma raised an eyebrow. "That look in your eyes is kind of scary," she said with a grin. "I love it. So, what's the plan?" I turned to her and smiled. "How much do you know about garden fountains?" "Not much," she said, smiling back. "But I'm ready to learn." "We're not doing anything evil," I said, pulling out my laptop. "Just fair." "Didn't Rachel book the same garden venue where she ruined your sweet 17? I asked. "The one with the beautiful fountain in the center?" Emma laughed. "Oh my God. This is going to be good, isn't it?" I started typing, my smile getting bigger. "Let's just say the dress won't be the only thing that looks perfect on Rachel's big day." "You want me to do what?" Adam asked, staring at me from across the kitchen table, his coffee cup frozen halfway to his mouth. "Just keep Henry busy during the rehearsal dinner," I repeated, handing him a piece of toast. "Take him out for drinks afterward. That's it." "While you and Peter mess with the fountain?" he asked, setting his cup down carefully. Emma, sitting on our couch with her laptop, called out, "Got it. The maintenance team checks the fountain every Saturday. That gives us 3 full days before the wedding to make our little adjustment." I squeezed Adam's hand. "Trust me. We're not doing anything dangerous or illegal, just something fitting." "Like when Rachel accidentally spilled punch on your dress at your sweet 17, he asked, raising an eyebrow. Exactly like that, I said, pulling up a chair beside Emma. Now, show me what you found. She turned her laptop screen toward me. The fountain runs on a really simple system. We just need access to the control panel for about 20 minutes. And you know how to do this, how?
I asked.
My cousin's a landscaper, she said with a proud grin. I called in a favor. He walked me through everything, pressure valves, timing systems, all of it. We're not breaking anything. Just making a few changes. Adam leaned in to look at the screen. And by changes, you mean just a slight increase in water pressure, she said, winking. I explained the plan. It has to happen right when Rachel is standing in front of the fountain, saying her vows, then splash. Perfect, Emma said, finishing with a big grin. You're both crazy, Adam said, but I saw the corner of his mouth turn up. And I'm probably going to hell for thinking this is funny. My phone buzzed. A text from Rachel. Dress fitting tomorrow. Mom says you should come and support. Speaking of hell, I muttered, showing the message to them. Perfect, Emma said, sitting up straighter. While you're at the fitting, I'll check out the venue. The wedding coordinator already knows I'm your +1, so it won't be weird. I'll take Henry out for lunch, Adam added. Keep him away from the venue. Maybe I'll even suggest he plan photos near the fountain during the ceremony. I looked at him in surprise. You're in? He pulled me close and kissed my forehead. Babe, I've watched Rachel and your parents treat you like you don't matter for years. If this is what you need to do, I'm with you. Just promise me you won't go too far. I promise, I said, hugging him tight. It's just water. Expensive dress and water, but still just water. The next day, I sat in the bridal shop watching Rachel spin around in my dress. She had already had it altered. The lace now fit her body like a glove. It needs more sparkle, Mom announced. Maybe we could add some crystals to the neckline. Mom, no. I started, but Rachel was already nodding. Great idea. Nothing too flashy, just enough to make it shine. Kelly, you don't mind, do you? She asked. We'll pay for the changes. I thought about the fountain, about how everything would happen right on time, about karma. Whatever you think is best, Rachel, I said. It's your day, after all. My phone buzzed. A message from Emma. Venue scouted. You won't believe where they hide the control panel. This is almost too easy. Kelly, Mom said, snapping me out of my thoughts. Are you even paying attention? We're talking about the alterations. Sorry, I said with a sweet smile. Just thinking about wedding planning stuff. For next year, when I was supposed to wear that dress. Rachel's face changed for just a second. Maybe guilt? But then she smiled again like nothing had happened. Oh, please, she said. You'll find another dress. This one was meant for me. Just look at how perfect it is. She twirled in front of the mirror, the ivory lace shining in the light. And I had to admit, she looked stunning, like a princess in a storybook. Too bad the story was about to get a twist. Another buzz. Emma again. Got the timing. During the vows, stand by the east pillar. That's your cue spot. What are you smiling about? Rachel asked, adjusting her veil. Just thinking about your perfect day, I said honestly. I can't wait to see how it all turns out, Mom said happily, proud that I seemed okay with everything. That's the spirit, honey. Family first, right? Right. I nodded, typing a quick message to Emma. Everything set. Operation Karma is a go. I looked at Rachel as she admired herself in the mirror. I remembered every time she had taken something that belonged to me. Every time our parents picked her over me. In 2 weeks, she would have her perfect wedding in her dream venue, wearing my dress. But this time, I'd be the one in control. The night before the wedding, our family gathered at Mom and Dad's house for what Mom called a special dinner. I knew what that meant. Another evening all about Rachel. Remember Kelly's 7th birthday? Rachel said, laughing as she swirled her wine. When she tried to blow out my candles? They were my candles, I said, stabbing at my salad. It was my party. You just decided to blow them out too. Was it? Rachel frowned and looked at Mom. Wasn't that my party? Mom patted her hand. Oh, sweetie, does it matter? You girls shared everything back then. Shared, I muttered. Adam gently squeezed my knee under the table. Speaking of sharing, Dad said, raising his glass. I want to make a toast to my beautiful daughter on the night before her big day. Rachel, you've always been our shining star. I set down my fork with a loud clink. The room went quiet. Kelly, Mom said sharply, like a warning. No, go ahead, I said. Tell us more about your shining star. Like when she shared my prom date. Or when she took my college acceptance letter and showed it to her friends before I even got to see it. That was forever ago, Rachel said, waving her hand. Why are you being so dramatic? Dramatic. I let out a short laugh. You're wearing my wedding dress tomorrow. Girls, Dad said quickly. Let's not ruin the evening. My phone buzzed. A message from Emma. Everything's ready for tomorrow. You sure about this? I looked at my family, Dad pretending nothing was wrong, Mom doting on Rachel, and Rachel acting like she was completely innocent. I need some air, I said, pushing my chair back. Adam started to get up, but I gave him a small shake of my head. I needed to be alone. Outside in the backyard, I sat on the old swing set, the same one where Rachel once pushed me off, breaking my arm. Everyone had called it an accident.
Like they always did.
Penny for your thoughts? Dad's voice came from behind me. I turned. He stood there, hands in his pockets, looking awkward. Save it for Rachel's wedding gift, I said flatly. He sighed and sat down on the swing next to me. When you two were little, your mom and I thought we were doing the right thing. Rachel always needed so much attention. We figured you were the strong one, that you could handle being pushed aside. And that makes it okay?
I asked.
No, he said softly. It doesn't. We sat in silence. The chains on the swing creaked gently in the night air. That dress, he started to say.
Don't, I said.
I know. I bought it myself. I saw the receipts, Dad said, looking down. And the extra shifts you worked. He kicked at the dirt. I should have helped. Yeah, I replied. You should have. My phone lit up. It was Emma, sending the final timing for tomorrow. I thought about the fountain, about justice, about making things right. Dad, I said suddenly, do you remember my sweet 17? He flinched. The punch incident? Rachel said it was an accident. It wasn't, I said. She told me later she did it on purpose. She thought I was getting too much attention. He looked stunned. And now tomorrow, she's wearing my dress. The one thing I bought myself. The one thing that was only mine. I stood up. So tell me, Dad, what would you do? He looked at me for a long time. Something's going to happen tomorrow, isn't it? I met his eyes. Maybe it's time karma finally shows up. He nodded slowly, then pulled out his wallet and handed me a check. What's this for? I asked. For your dress, he said. The one you paid for yourself. No matter what happens tomorrow, you deserve your own perfect day. I stared at the check. My throat felt tight. Kind of late, don't you think? Better late than never, he said, trying to smile. Just be careful tomorrow, okay? Your mom's heart isn't what it used to be. I slid the check into my pocket.
Don't worry, Dad.
Everything will be exactly how it's meant to be. Back inside, Rachel was showing Mom her something borrowed, a diamond bracelet from Henry's mother. The sight of it made me want to scream. Kelly, she called out. There you are. I need you to help with my final fitting tonight. One last sister moment before the big day. I thought about the fountain, about karma, about Dad finally trying to make things right.
For a second, I hesitated.
Then Rachel added, the dress might need a few more changes. You don't mind if we add more to it, right? And just like that, my mind was made up. Of course not, I said with a smile. Tomorrow should be absolutely perfect. Across the room, Adam caught my eye and raised an eyebrow. I gave him a small nod. The plan was still on. Tomorrow, karma would show up right on time. The garden looked like something out of a fairy tale. White chairs lined the path to the altar, rose petals were scattered everywhere, and the fountain, the star of the show, gently flowed behind the wedding arch. Everything's ready, Emma whispered, joining me in the bridal suite. I double-checked the timing. During Till Death Do Us Part, the fountain's going to put on quite a show. I watched Rachel spin in my dress, now covered in crystals and pearls she had added. Mom was adjusting her veil while the makeup artist touched up her lipstick. "You're being very quiet, Kelly," Mom said. "Everything okay?" "Just taking it all in," I said with a soft smile. I smiled and checked my phone. A text from Adam. "Henry's in place. Told him the fountain would be perfect for wedding photos." "Ladies," the wedding coordinator said, peeking into the room, "we're starting in 20 minutes. Everyone to your places, please." Suddenly, Rachel grabbed my hands. For a moment, she didn't look like the proud, spoiled version of herself. She looked nervous, like the real Rachel. I remembered when we were kids, building blanket forts, whispering secrets before things changed, before the competition, before Mom and Dad always chose her. "Kelly," she said softly, "you'll be right behind me, right? As my maid of honor?" "Right behind you," I said, pushing the memories away. "Where else would I be?" The music began. I lined up, watching each bridesmaid walk out one by one. As Emma passed, she gently squeezed my arm and whispered, "East Pillar, don't forget." Then came Rachel, glowing in my dress. Mom and Dad walked on either side of her. Guests gasped. It was the picture-perfect moment. I followed behind, counting my steps. The sun caught the water as it sprayed from the fountain behind the arch. Everything was exactly on time. The ceremony began, but I barely heard the priest. I was too focused on the water pressure, on how my dress sparkled on Rachel, on timing everything just right. "The couple has written their own vows," the priest said. Henry went first. His words were sweet and honest. For a moment, I almost felt bad for what was about to happen. Almost. Then Rachel began. "Henry, from the moment we met, I knew you were mine. Just like I've always known what I wanted and always gotten it." I looked at Dad in the front row. He gave me a small nod like he understood. "And I promise," Rachel continued, "to always be the center of your world." My phone buzzed. It was Emma's signal. I shifted to stand next to the east pillar. "Till death do us part," the priest said. The fountain behind them changed slightly. A few guests looked back, hearing the new sound. "I do," Rachel said proudly, smiling. The priest opened his mouth to give the final blessing. 1, 2, 3. A giant burst of water shot high into the air. For a moment, it looked magical, sparkling like diamonds in the sun. Then gravity took over. The water came down like a mini rainstorm, soaking Rachel, Henry, and the people closest to them. My dress, her dress, turned from ivory to see-through in seconds. Her perfectly done hair collapsed. The crystals on the dress caught the light and made rainbow patterns as she screamed. "My dress," she shouted. "The fountain! Someone stop it!" Everything turned to chaos. Guests jumped up, some ran, others tried to help. The wedding planner yelled into her radio, trying to reach maintenance. And I stood by the east pillar, completely dry, watching it all unfold. "Karma," I whispered. "Where's the shut-off switch?" someone yelled. "This is awful," Mom cried, trying to cover Rachel with a tablecloth. "Who would do this?" I saw Emma hiding her laughter behind a flower arrangement. Adam, standing with the groomsmen, kept a straight face. Then Rachel suddenly turned toward me. Her makeup had run down her cheeks in black streaks. "You," she said, pointing. "You're the only one who's still dry." The fountain finally stopped, but the damage was already done. The dress clung to her body like wet paper. The fancy decorations she added hung limp and sad. "What are you talking about?" I asked, acting confused. "It was just a random accident. Like how I accidentally spilled punch on your dress at your sweet 17, she hissed under her breath so no one else could hear. We stared at each other. Years of jealousy and anger between us boiled to the surface. She knew I did it. I knew she knew. And she knew I knew she knew. "Well," I said quietly, "I guess some things are just meant to be shared, right?" "You little—" "Rachel, honey," Mom interrupted, rushing over with more towels. "Let's get you inside and dried off. We can still fix this." As they led her away, I heard her snap, "I want Kelly out of here.
Now."
I looked over at Dad. He shook his head slightly, but there was a tiny smile on his face. The wedding coordinator came up to me, clearly stressed. "We'll need about an hour to reset. Could you help direct the guests?" "Of course," I said sweetly. "It's my sister's perfect day. What else could go wrong?" Right then, thunder rumbled in the distance. I hadn't planned for rain, but sometimes karma adds her own touch. The next hour was pure chaos. The coordinator rushed around trying to move everything indoors. I stood under the venue's covered porch and watched the storm roll in. It wasn't just perfect timing anymore. It was like something out of a movie. "Did you plan the rain too?" Emma asked, walking up beside me with 2 glasses of champagne. "That one's all Mother Nature," I said, taking a glass. "But I do appreciate her dramatic flair." From inside, I heard Rachel crying loudly from the bridal suite. "It's ruined. My dress is ruined. Everything is ruined." "Speaking of dramatic," Emma muttered. Just then, the door flew open and Mom stormed out. "Kelly, get in here right now." I handed my glass back to Emma. Showtime. The bridal suite looked like a disaster. My dress, now soaked and wrinkled, was crumpled in the corner. Rachel sat in her slip, crying into her hands, while 2 women tried to fix her hair. "Fix this." Mom shouted at me. "Fix what?" I asked, calmly checking my nails. "Don't act innocent," Rachel yelled, lifting her head. Her face was a mess of tears and mascara. "You did this. You ruined my wedding." "Did I?" I said, tilting my head. "Can you prove it?" "I don't need proof. You were the only one who didn't get wet. You were standing by the fountain smirking." "Just lucky, I guess," I said with a shrug. "Like when you accidentally spilled punch on my birthday dress. Or when my college acceptance email got deleted, by accident, of course. Or how about when you borrowed my prom date?" I added. "That was different," Rachel shouted, standing up so fast that hairpins flew from her hair. "Those were accidents." "Were they?" I asked, stepping closer. "Or was it always you needing to be the center of attention, always taking what's mine?" "Girls," Mom began. "No, Mom," I said firmly, cutting her off. "Let's finally talk about it. Let's talk about how Rachel took my wedding dress, the one I paid for with my own money, and how you helped her. Let's talk about how you both always take whatever you want from me because you think family shares and Rachel needs it more." "I needed that dress," Rachel screamed. "It was perfect. It was mine." Thunder boomed outside, making everyone jump. In the silence, we could hear guests whispering in the hallway. "You want to hear something funny?" I said, lowering my voice. I almost stopped it, right before the fountain went off. "Watching you say your vows. I actually thought about calling it off." "But you didn't," Rachel said through clenched teeth. "No," I said, "because you needed to learn something. You can't keep taking things that aren't yours and expect nothing to happen. Consequences." Mom's voice shook. "Kelly, do you even realize what you've done? You've ruined your sister's wedding."
"No, Mom."
"I ruined her stolen moment. There's a difference." A knock came at the door. Dad peeked in. "The guests are getting restless." "What should I tell them?" "My wedding is ruined," Rachel cried, breaking into tears again. "Oh, stop being dramatic," I said calmly, surprising even myself. "Your dress is wet, not destroyed. The venue has dryers. You can still get married today, just in a damp dress." She screamed again. "Better than no dress at all," I pointed out. "Which is what I'll have for my wedding now." Dad cleared his throat. "About that, I made a few calls. The boutique you bought your dress from? They're holding another one for you. It's a different style, but they said it might be even better than the first." Everyone turned to look at him. "You what?" Mom asked, shocked. "It was the least I could do," Dad said, looking directly at me. "After everything." Rachel looked between us, her expression changing. "You knew," she said to Dad. "You knew she was going to do this." "I knew something was coming," he admitted. "Can't say I blame her." "This is insane," Mom said, her voice rising. We're family. We're supposed to support each other. Exactly, I said. Support. Not steal. Not always choose one over the other. Another knock. This time it was the wedding coordinator. The dryers are ready, and we've reset the ceremony indoors. It actually looks lovely with the rain outside. Should we begin? Rachel looked at her reflection in the mirror. Mascara smudged, hair a mess, my dress hanging wet on a hook. Then she looked at me. You know what, she said.
Yes.
Let's do it. She stood up straighter. Dry me off. Fix my makeup. I'm getting married. Then she turned to me. But Kelly, after today we're done. Sister or not, we're done. I nodded, feeling strangely light. Seems fair. Need help with your makeup? Get out, Rachel snapped. I turned to leave, then paused at the door. For what it's worth, Rachel, I really did love that dress. Outside, Emma was waiting with our rescued champagne. Well, the wedding will go on, I said, taking my glass back. But I think I just lost a sister. No, Emma said, gently tapping her glass against mine. You didn't lose a sister. You found yourself. The rain kept falling, like it was washing everything clean. The indoor ceremony went ahead as planned, though it wasn't the fairy tale Rachel had pictured. My dress, while mostly dry, had lost its shine. The added crystals hung awkwardly, and some were missing. Still, Rachel walked down the new aisle with her chin up, refusing to look at me. I stood at the back, no longer part of the wedding party. Adam had his arm around me, keeping me steady. You okay? He whispered. Before I could answer, Mom appeared beside us. Kelly, we need to talk. Not now, Mom. Yes, now. She grabbed my arm and pulled me toward an empty hallway. Adam started to follow, but I motioned for him to stay. How could you? Mom hissed once we were alone. She's your sister. That's funny coming from you, I said, leaning against the wall, feeling suddenly tired. When was the last time you actually treated me like your daughter? Not Rachel's backup. Not the reliable one. But your daughter? Don't turn this around on me, she snapped. You sabotaged her wedding. She's still getting married, I said. The only thing I ruined was her big moment in my dress. It wasn't stolen. It was borrowed. Without asking. Without my permission, I said. Just like everything else in my life. Mom's face fell. I don't understand where all this bitterness is coming from. You don't, I asked. You gave Rachel everything. I got whatever was left. And the worst part is you don't even see it. That's not true. Really? I said. When I got engaged, you barely reacted. When I bought my dress with my own money, you helped Rachel take it. Tell me, when was the last time you were proud of me? Just me. Not comparing me to Rachel. She opened her mouth, but said nothing. Then closed it again. Can't think of a moment, can you? From the ceremony room, we heard applause. The vows must have ended. Mom straightened her jacket. I hope you're happy. Your sister will never forgive you for this. Maybe not, I said. But for the first time, I forgive myself. For not being her. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm done trying to be the perfect sister. The one who always gives in. The daughter who stays quiet. I'm done being invisible. At the end of the hallway, Dad appeared. They're about to take photos, Kelly, he said gently. Maybe you should go. I nodded, but Mom grabbed my arm again. This isn't over, she said. Actually it is, I replied gently, moving her hand away. I already called the boutique. They're holding a new dress for me. One that's only mine. Dad's right. It's time for me to go. You're leaving your sister's wedding? Mom asked.
No, Mom.
I'm choosing myself. Maybe for the first time ever. I walked toward the entrance, where Adam and Emma were waiting. Through the windows, I saw that the rain had stopped. Everything looked fresh and clean. Ready? Adam asked. Wait. Dad's voice called out behind us. He walked over and handed me an envelope. Your mom doesn't get it yet, he said. But I do. Take this. Inside was a check, enough to buy 2 dresses. Dad. Get whatever you want, he said, clearing his throat. Whatever makes you happy. And Kelly,
I'm sorry.
for everything. I hugged him tight, breathing in the familiar scent of his aftershave. I know, I whispered. Will you come to Thursday dinner next week? He asked. I don't think that's a good idea, I said softly. Not yet. He nodded, looking a little sad. We'll figure something out. Maybe just the two of us sometimes. I'd like that. As we walked to the car, I heard Rachel's voice in the distance.
Where is she?
She can't just leave. Watch me, I muttered. Emma hooked her arm through mine. So, suit shopping tomorrow? I smiled. Actually, yes. I think I'm going to wear a suit to my wedding. Something different. Something me. Adam laughed. Now that I'd love to see. As we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The photographer was lining up Rachel's wedding party near the quiet fountain. I watched as Rachel adjusted my dress one last time, still trying to make a messy day look perfect. You know what's funny? I said as we turned onto the road. I feel lighter. That's what happens when you stop carrying everyone else's expectations, Emma said. My phone buzzed. A text from Dad. Proud of you, kiddo. Always have been. Maybe some things have to break before they can come together again. Maybe real revenge isn't revenge at all, just finally standing up and saying, enough. And maybe karma doesn't always punish. Sometimes it just sets things right. The bell above the boutique door chimed as I walked in, with Emma and Mom behind me. The tension between them was so thick you could feel it. I still think this is a mistake, Mom said, eyeing the suits on display. A bride should wear a dress. Good thing it's not your wedding then, I replied. A consultant came over, smiling. Hi, how can I help? I have an appointment to try on suits, I said. Mom sighed loudly and took a seat. It had taken 2 skip Thursday dinners, 2 deep talks with Dad, and 1 very loud phone fight before she finally agreed to come. Still, progress is progress, even if it comes with a lot of commentary. The consultant returned with a few suit options. I had just slipped into the first suit, a classic white tuxedo with smooth satin lapels, when the boutique door chimed again. Sorry I'm late, Dad called. Traffic was. He stopped mid-sentence when he saw me. He stared, wide-eyed. Wow, kiddo. You like it? I asked. He nodded, his eyes a little too shiny. You look like you. Finally. It's definitely different, Mom said, trying to keep her voice steady. Different is good, Emma said firmly. Different means this is really Kelly's choice. I turned to face the mirror and adjusted the jacket. No lace. No sparkle. No one else's opinion. Just me. Speaking of choices, Mom said carefully, Rachel asked about you yesterday. The room went quiet. I kept adjusting my cuffs, keeping my voice calm. Did she? She and Henry are back from their honeymoon. She mentioned, maybe meeting for coffee. Mom, I warned. I'm not pushing, she said quickly. I've just been thinking about what you said. About how we always chose her. About how we made you feel invisible. She twisted her hands nervously in her lap. Maybe you weren't completely wrong. I met her eyes in the mirror. Okay, she said softly. You weren't wrong at all. She stood and came beside me. Looking at you now, in this suit that fits you so well, I realize I never really saw you. I was so focused on who I thought you should be, who Rachel was, that I never took the time to understand who you actually are. Mom. Let me finish, she said. When you stood up for yourself at the wedding, it scared me. Not because of the fountain, though that was something, she added with a small smile, but because it was the first time I really saw you. And I realized how much I'd missed. Dad cleared his throat. We both did, kiddo. I turned from the mirror and faced them properly. So what now? Now, Mom said, gently taking my hand. We start over. If you'll let us. And if you want to meet Rachel for coffee, that's up to you. No pressure. No expectations. And no more taking things that aren't hers, I added. No more taking anything, Mom agreed. And she did say to tell you she's sorry for the dress and the punch and the prom date and the college letter. I laughed. That's quite a list. You made quite an impact with that fountain, Dad said, grinning. The consultant brought over another suit. This one had a soft, shiny pattern woven into the fabric that caught the light beautifully. "Try this one," Emma suggested. "It kind of reminds me of water." Everyone groaned, but I was already reaching for it. "Too soon?" she asked. "Never too soon to own your moment," Dad said. As I changed, I heard Mom asking Emma about wedding plans, and actually listening. Dad chimed in with ideas about the venue. "Maybe pick one without a fountain," he joked. For the first time, it finally felt like my wedding. My choices, my voice, and my family, they were finally seeing me. The new suit fit perfectly, like it had been waiting for me all along. And for once, I wasn't just standing in a room. I was seen. I realized something. Karma isn't always about revenge or punishment. Sometimes it's about ending old habits, about standing up for yourself and saying, "See me." I turned to face everyone.
Well,
"What do you think?" "It's perfect," Mom said. And this time, I could tell she really meant it. "Just like you." "So, does this mean I can wear a suit to Thursday dinner?" I asked. "Don't push it," she said, but she was smiling. My phone buzzed. A text from Rachel. "The coffee offer is real. No drama, no competition. Just sisters if you want." I showed it to Emma, who gave a small shrug. "Your choice," she said. "It's always your choice now." I typed back, "Maybe. But I'm ordering my own drink." Her reply came fast. "Fair enough. I deserve that." I looked around the boutique, Mom actually helping, not controlling. Dad smiling with pride. Emma probably thinking up her next bit of mischief. And I realized something else. Maybe the best kind of revenge isn't revenge at all. Maybe it's just becoming the person you were always meant to be and letting everyone else catch up. I straightened my jacket. "So," I said with a smile, "about those wedding plans."
A few days in my life have changed me as much as the day my father, James, died suddenly at the age of 55. My father didn't talk much, and he didn't show off his money. So, when we heard his will, my mother Amy, my sister Kelly, and I were shocked. The lawyer told us that my father had left behind $100 million, an amount we never expected. As the oldest son, I always thought I would take over my father's small business and continue his work. But the will not only showed his hidden wealth, it also divided the money in a way that gave much more to Kelly and me than to our mother. This news caused a lot of trouble in our family. My mother, Amy, who was 50 at the time, was heartbroken. She couldn't understand how her husband of 25 years had made so much money without her knowing, or why he gave it out so strangely. Her sadness quickly turned into doubt and anger. She started to question if the will was real, feeling like she had been left out of a life she had always been a part of. This shook her trust and sense of security deeply. In the middle of this, Kelly, who was 28, stayed unusually calm. It seemed like she might have known more about our father's plans than she first said. Her calmness made things even more tense between her and our mother. As for me, I felt stuck. I was caught between my mother's disbelief and the shocking reality of our new financial situation. I wondered why my father kept these secrets and what led him to divide his wealth in such a strange way. The inheritance, instead of feeling like a gift, felt more like a curse that could tear our family apart. The will became the center of arguments, with each of us dealing with shock and confusion in our own way. Soon, my mother decided to challenge the will in court. Our home, once a place of love and togetherness, became a battlefield filled with secrets and shifting loyalties. Throughout it all, I struggled with my own feelings, trying to hold on to my love for my family while also dealing with this difficult situation. I respected my mother, but I also wanted to honor my father's final wishes. This argument over the inheritance brought up deep problems in our family, making us question the strength of our relationships. It made me realize that the money my father left could change our lives, but at what cost? That answer seemed more and more troubling as we prepared for a legal fight none of us really wanted. With each step, we felt more and more of what we had lost since that shocking day. After finding out about my father James's will, we were hit with a rush of emotions and legal documents. My mother, Amy, overwhelmed by grief and disbelief, decided to challenge the will. She couldn't understand how my father had secretly saved up $100 million, and she couldn't accept that he left most of it to my sister and me, leaving her with much less. She didn't think the will was genuine. With the help of Mr. Charles, our family lawyer, my mother started a legal battle that soon took over our lives. The courtroom became the place where all of our family's private matters were exposed. Each session revealed more about our personal and financial lives than we ever wanted. My mother's case was built on several points. She questioned whether my father was mentally fit to make these decisions when he wrote the will and suggested that maybe someone had influenced him. She even wondered if the will was fake because of the sudden discovery of his wealth and how it was divided. Every court session was emotionally exhausting. I stood by my mother, not completely sure about her doubts, but I supported her because I understood her need for answers. My sister, Kelly, kept to herself more and more. She argued that our father had every right to split his money the way he wanted, and questioning him was both wrong and pointless. As the legal case dragged on, the tension in our family grew worse. The public nature of the court case drew the attention of the media, turning our personal struggle into a story for everyone to watch. Reporters dug into my father's past, discovering his quiet investments and business deals that had stayed hidden for years. This media attention made everything even harder to bear. Through all of this, Mr. Charles was a steady presence. His knowledge of family law and his calm approach helped us get through the chaos, even though his efforts to mediate were often overshadowed by the strong emotions that came out with every new piece of information. The legal fight also made me rethink what I knew about my father. Each court session, with each new fact about his hidden life, painted a different picture of the man I thought I knew. I thought I knew my father, but maybe I never really did. The mystery around this inheritance, with all its legal complications, became a symbol of lost connections and hidden truths in our family. Throughout it all, my mother stayed strong. She fought the case not just for her share of the money, but to find the truth about the man she loved and the life they built together. This battle, though full of legal issues, was really about finding out who we were and wanting to be recognized in the shadow of a legacy that suddenly felt both mysterious and huge. The fight over my father's will not only revealed his hidden financial life but also started to change how we related to each other as a family. As the legal case continued, my sister Kelly's views began to change, creating more distance between us. At first, Kelly was as surprised as the rest of us by what the will revealed. But as time went on, she started to agree with what our father had written. Kelly, who was 28, began to believe that our father had reasons for the choices he made in his will. She thought his decisions were intentional, maybe to teach us lessons we hadn't yet learned. This put Kelly in direct conflict with our mother, Amy, who felt betrayed and confused by being left out of the large part of the inheritance. The tension between them grew quickly. Family gatherings turned into arguments about the will, loyalty, and grief. Kelly accused our mother of not respecting our father's right to make his own decisions, while our mother felt hurt by Kelly's lack of empathy and her ignoring the emotional pain the will had caused. As Kelly pulled away from our mother, our once close family started to fall apart. Their relationship, once warm, became cold and distant, which was painful to see. I found myself caught in the middle, trying to keep the peace between them while dealing with my own mixed feelings about the inheritance and what it all meant. Kelly's new attitude also affected our relationship. We had always been close as siblings, facing challenges together. But now, the disagreement over the inheritance showed that we had different ideas about money, responsibility, and loyalty to the family. Kelly's determination to claim what she believed our father had left for her created a surprising divide between us. Her arguments even made me rethink my own views on the situation. I started to think that maybe our father wanted this challenge to push us to grow or change. It was a hard and lonely thought because it made me feel distant from both my mother, who was focused on getting justice, and Kelly, who seemed to accept the will's terms more practically. As time went on, the inheritance issue took over our lives, overshadowing everything else in our family. The legal fight, fueled by these family conflicts, drew attention not only from close friends and family but also from the community and the media. This public attention added more stress to our already difficult relationships. In this emotional atmosphere, I found myself thinking more about what inheritance and legacy really meant. The fight forced us to face some uncomfortable truths about our family, our values, and ourselves. As Kelly moved further away from our mother emotionally, it became clear that whatever the outcome of this battle, our family would never be the same. The scars from this conflict seemed likely to affect our relationships and lives for a long time. As the inheritance fight went on, Mr. Charles, our family lawyer, became a key figure. He wasn't just a legal advisor, he got deeply involved in both the emotional and legal sides of our crisis. His experience and calm approach were very helpful as he tried to find a way to save both our family bonds and our financial interests. From the start, Mr. Charles knew this was more than just about money. It was about a grieving family dealing with the loss of a father and the surprising terms of his will. His approach was thoughtful and caring, as he tried to mediate between us while making sure the legal process was fair and careful. Mr. Charles focused on keeping communication open between all family members. He organized meetings where we could talk freely, not just with immediate family, but also with relatives affected by the situation. These meetings allowed us to express our feelings in a less formal way than in court. Mr. Charles listened carefully to everyone. He paid special attention to my mother, who felt left out by the will, and he also talked to Kelly and me, trying to understand why our father made these choices. His ability to handle these conversations with care was important in keeping things from getting worse. On the legal side, Mr. Charles used his expertise to look at all possible outcomes of the case. He made sure we understood all the options, guiding us through this tough situation. Mr. Charles explained all the possible outcomes, from completely canceling the will to fully following its terms, and talked us through the legal consequences and how long each might take. This clarity helped us understand what to expect in the long run, including both the financial and emotional costs. Another important step Mr. Charles took was bringing in independent experts. These included forensic accountants to review my father's financial activities and estate planning experts to help explain why the will might have been structured the way it was. This well-rounded approach not only helped us understand the legal situation better but also provided more insight into my father's choices, which helped calm some of the anger in the family. Throughout it all, Mr. Charles remained a calm and steady presence. His support was reassuring, offering a sense of balance during emotional moments. His mediation efforts didn't always lead to immediate solutions, but they brought a needed level of professionalism and care. As time went on, Mr. Charles became more than just a lawyer, he became someone we could trust, guiding our family through one of the hardest times we had ever faced. Although the outcome of the legal battle was still unclear, his work ensured that whatever happened, the process would respect everyone's dignity and emotional health. In the middle of this legal fight and shifting family dynamics, my role as the eldest son became more complicated. I wasn't just trying to handle the inheritance issues. I was also trying to keep our family from falling apart. It was a tough challenge. On one side was my mother, Amy, heartbroken and feeling betrayed by the will, and on the other was my sister, Kelly, who saw our father's decisions differently than we did. As I watched our family struggle, I often wondered about my father's intentions. Could he have predicted the chaos his will would cause? Or did he think that the financial security he provided would be more important than the emotional toll? These thoughts stayed with me as I tried to hold our family together. The $100 million estate, which should have been a blessing, felt like a curse. Greed and distrust had taken over our relationships, replacing the warmth and trust we once had. Each new legal update or discovery seemed to drive a bigger wedge between us, with family members taking sides in what felt like a personal and painful battle. My efforts to bring peace were met with mixed responses. My mother, hurt and confused, leaned on me for support. My mother's pain made her hesitant to engage in any conversations that might seem to go against her fight over the will. Kelly, on the other hand, viewed my attempts at keeping the peace with some suspicion, thinking I wasn't fully supporting our father's wishes. This balancing act between the two was emotionally and mentally draining for me. To try and understand both sides, I arranged private talks with each family member. I listened without judging and spoke carefully to avoid causing more hurt. I encouraged us to openly talk about how we felt about the inheritance and our memories of our father, hoping we could find some common ground in our shared loss. I also sought advice from Mr. Charles, our lawyer, on how to handle the legal issues without tearing our family apart. His guidance was very helpful, giving me a better understanding of the legal process and helping me explain it to my family without adding to the tension. The media attention only made things worse. Reporters were eager to turn our situation into a dramatic story of a rich family in conflict. This unwanted attention put even more pressure on us. I found myself having to protect my mother and sister from intrusive questions and photographers, which made my role as the family protector even more complicated. Despite everything, I held on to the hope that we could find a solution that respected both my father's wishes and the needs of our family. This hope was tested over and over as the case dragged on. Every court session and legal argument seemed to push us further apart. Deep down, I knew that the real battle wasn't just over the millions my father left behind, it was about the legacy of our family's unity and the values we wanted to hold on to. The struggle to maintain that unity during all the chaos of greed and grief defined my role as a brother and a son during this difficult time. Just when we thought we understood the situation with the $100 million inheritance, a new twist made things even more complicated. Further investigation into my father's finances revealed that he had hidden more assets in various investments and offshore accounts. This discovery shocked us all, making us question even more what we thought we knew about my father and his legacy. The forensic accountants Mr. Charles had hired as part of the legal case uncovered these hidden assets. They found that the $100 million estate was only part of a larger collection of wealth my father had carefully hidden. The reasons behind my father's secrecy became an even bigger mystery, complicating both our emotions and the legal strategies surrounding the will. As the eldest son and a key figure trying to keep the family together, this new revelation made my role even harder to manage. I found myself at the center of this new situation. The discovery had two effects. It made the greed and conflict among our extended family worse, while also offering a chance for a fairer solution within our immediate family if handled properly. The newly found assets were quite varied, from real estate in different countries to investments in private companies and large stock portfolios. This changed everything about the inheritance fight, making us rethink our legal strategy. Mr. Charles suggested that this might be a good time to negotiate a settlement that could make everyone happier and possibly calm the growing tension within the family. However, the negotiations were far from easy. With more assets on the table, there was even more to argue about, and tensions rose as each family member reconsidered their position. My mother, already suspicious about the will, became even more convinced that her exclusion was a personal betrayal. Kelly, on the other hand, saw this as more proof of our father's wisdom and planning, believing it showed how he intended to provide for us in unconventional ways. My role became even more complicated as I tried to manage the emotional conflicts in the family and the legal issues surrounding the new assets. I still hoped to find a solution that could bring peace to the family, but with each new discovery, that goal seemed further out of reach. The negotiations over the additional assets went through several rounds of discussions, led by Mr. Charles. He not only gave legal advice but also tried to understand and manage the family dynamics. These talks were difficult and often emotional, as old hurts were brought up and new suspicions formed. Through all of this, the idea of legacy took on a different meaning for me. It wasn't just about the money my father left behind anymore, it was about the memories and values tied to that wealth. The newly found assets highlighted the gap between the father I thought I knew and the businessman who had operated in such secrecy. As we moved forward, the challenge was to balance his role as a family man with his secret financial life, which made it hard for us to come together and heal. The path to resolution was filled with both legal and emotional challenges, but it was one we had to walk carefully, balancing the realities of wealth with the emotional ties of family. The court proceedings, already complicated by the financial discoveries, became more personal during the testimonies. These court sessions revealed the deep cracks in our family that had been hidden for years, and emotions ran high as we tried to untangle my father's true intentions. As the eldest son, this made the process even more intense and personal for me. I watched with a heavy heart as each family member took the stand. The courtroom, filled with lawyers, reporters, and curious onlookers, was a harsh setting for the raw emotions my mother Amy and my sister Kelly showed. Each testimony revealed their pain, hopes, and feelings of betrayal. My mother's testimony was especially heartbreaking. She spoke about her life with my father, James, describing what she thought was a partnership built on respect and shared decisions. Her voice cracked as she talked about the later years of their marriage when James became more secretive. At the time, she thought it was just the stress of his business, but now she believed it was related to the secret wealth he had been accumulating. She expressed feeling betrayed not only by the will but by their entire marriage, which she now saw in a different light. Kelly's view was very different. When it was her turn, she defended our father's decisions, saying he was not only securing the family's financial future but also challenging us. She believed he wanted us to rise above our personal conflicts and handle his legacy with maturity and grace. Her testimony was confident and composed, but it did little to ease the tension between her and our mother. During my own testimony, I tried to offer a balanced perspective, acknowledging both my mother's pain and what I thought might have been my father's intentions. I spoke about the man I knew, a loving father and a smart businessman who may not have realized how his secret financial planning would affect us emotionally. I also brought up the newly discovered assets, stressing the need for a clear and fair solution that would honor his complex legacy without further tearing our family apart. Mr. Charles, our lawyer, played a key role during these sessions. He carefully navigated the legal details and emotional issues with skill, understanding our family in a way few others could. His goal wasn't just to win the case but to help mend our family if possible. The emotional weight of these testimonies was huge. The courtroom felt like a pressure cooker, with old hurts and unresolved problems coming to the surface. The process was cathartic in some ways but also incredibly damaging. Relationships that had taken years to build were breaking apart before our eyes, held together only by the fragile hope of finding a solution that could address both the emotional and financial needs of everyone involved. The impact of these testimonies went beyond the courtroom. They became the focus of media attention, turning our personal pain into a public spectacle. This extra layer of exposure only made the stress and anxiety worse for all of us. We all felt overwhelmed, making the legal process even harder to bear. As the court sessions continued, it became clear that the outcome of this battle would change our family forever. No matter what the final decision would be, the emotional scars would last, and we would have to figure out how to move forward after dealing with a legacy as complicated as the man who left it behind. As the inheritance fight dragged on, the chance of a peaceful settlement seemed to fade. We had started with a small hope of reaching a compromise that would help us avoid the bitterness of a long court case. But as everyone held firm to their positions, the negotiations fell apart. What had begun as hopeful discussions turned into failed attempts that only made the divides in our family worse. At first, there were some positive moments. Mr. Charles, our family lawyer, arranged several mediation sessions to encourage dialogue and work toward a fair solution. We talked about different options for dividing the $100 million and the other assets that had been uncovered. Each of us, my mother Amy, my sister Kelly, and I, brought our own views and emotions to these talks. My mother was firm in her belief that she had been wronged by being left out of the will and deserved a large share of the estate, not just for the money but also as a matter of respect. She felt even more strongly about this after learning about the hidden assets, which she saw as further proof of deceit. Kelly, however, continued to support our father's wishes as written in the will. She saw it as a reflection of his understanding of each of us and believed we should honor it. My role in these talks was incredibly hard. I tried to find a middle ground between my mother and Kelly, suggesting different ways to divide the assets that could address both legal and emotional concerns. But every compromise I offered only seemed to highlight how far apart we were. Kelly saw these ideas as going against our father's wishes, while my mother saw them as necessary to correct a wrong. The mediation sessions often ended in frustration and tears, with each of us retreating to our own sides. The emotional strain was clear on everyone. The stress made old wounds worse and created new ones, making it harder and harder to have a rational discussion. The intense media attention that followed each session added even more pressure, turning our private pain into public drama. Mr. Charles's role grew from just being a legal advisor to being an emotional support for all of us. Despite his best efforts, the possibility of finding common ground seemed to slip away a little more each day. The combination of legal complexities, the large amount of money involved, and the deep emotions of everyone made the situation incredibly difficult to resolve. The failure of the negotiations made everyone more firm in their positions, creating barriers that seemed impossible to overcome. When the talks broke down, it marked a turning point for our family. It became clear that we would need the court to decide the outcome. This was hard to accept because it didn't just mean the failure to reach a compromise, but it also felt like the end of any chance of family unity. As we prepared for the court proceedings to continue, there was a sense of resignation and determination. The stakes were higher than ever, not just in terms of money, but also in the lasting impact this legal battle would have on our relationships. A court ruling seemed inevitable, but it didn't offer much hope for healing the divisions that had come to define how we interacted. After months of emotional testimonies, failed talks, and deep legal scrutiny, the day of the final verdict arrived. This was the moment that would decide how my father's $100 million estate, along with the newly discovered assets, would be divided. It would also reshape the dynamics of our family. The tension was thick as we entered the courtroom, each of us feeling a mix of fear and hope. As the judge began to speak, the room went silent. The verdict would not only settle the legal dispute over the inheritance but also mark the start of a new chapter for our family. This chapter might bring us back together or permanently break the fragile bonds that still connected us. The judge acknowledged the complexity of the case, noting how deeply emotions had influenced the entire process. The decision considered the many legal arguments presented, the personal testimonies that revealed much about our relationships, and the possible effects on family unity. The verdict was more balanced than we had expected. It didn't completely favor any one side but offered a compromise that aimed to address the concerns raised by everyone. The judge ordered a redistribution of the assets that was different from what my father's will had laid out. My mother, Amy, was given a significant portion, recognizing her role in my father's success and the unfairness of her being excluded. Kelly received a large share as well, but with conditions to ensure the responsible management of the wealth, reflecting her focus on preserving our father's legacy and business values. As for me, I was given the responsibility of overseeing certain parts of the estate, with the task of balancing our father's business legacy while making sure that all family members were fairly supported. The verdict also required us to attend family counseling as part of the estate settlement, recognizing the deep emotional wounds that needed healing beyond the legal matters. This showed the judge understood that the issues we faced weren't just about money, but about the very core of our family relationships. When we left the courtroom, the mood was quiet and heavy. There was some relief that the legal fight was over, but the emotional weight was still there. Kelly, Amy, and I exchanged tired looks, knowing that while the court had made its decision, the journey to emotional healing and real reconciliation was just beginning. In the days after the verdict, we took small steps toward understanding and possibly forgiveness. The required counseling sessions weren't so much about the will anymore, but about years of miscommunication and unspoken feelings. Slowly, we began to see each other not as enemies in a legal fight but as family members who had all lost something irreplaceable: the trust and simplicity we once shared before the will was revealed. The court's decision had definitely changed our family dynamics, creating new rules for how we would interact and handle financial matters. But it also gave us a small hope that, over time, we might rebuild something stronger from the conflict. The final ruling on the inheritance brought both an end and new challenges. It closed the chapter on our bitter legal battle over my father's $100 million estate but opened a time for reflection and rebuilding as we moved forward. One of the biggest lessons we learned from this experience was the importance of being open with each other. The secrecy around my father's finances had been a major cause of the conflict. From now on, we committed to being more transparent about financial matters, making sure no family member would ever feel left out or surprised again. This openness extended beyond just money. It included having more honest conversations about our expectations and concerns as a family. Another important lesson was the value of good legal and financial planning. The complicated issues that came up during the court case showed us the need for clear, well-documented estate plans that take into account not just legal rules, but also the emotional and relational needs of the family. We learned that estate planning shouldn't be done in secret but should involve everyone affected. This way, misunderstandings can be avoided, and there would be a clear plan for future generations. The required family counseling sessions ended up being a turning point for us. They taught us the importance of addressing issues before they grow into big problems. Through these sessions, we began to better understand each other's perspectives and concerns, which helped us start the healing process. We realized that truly listening to each other was just as important as any legal document for keeping family peace. This experience also showed us that wealth can be both a blessing and a burden. We saw how money could create opportunities but also cause conflict and unhappiness. This made us rethink our values as a family. We started to focus more on our relationships and shared experiences instead of just material things. We understood that the real legacy we wanted to leave behind was one built on mutual respect and support. As we put these lessons into practice, new beginnings started to form. Amy, Kelly, and I began to build a different kind of relationship, one that was more careful and thoughtful, but also more mature. We created new traditions and routines that allowed us to spend time together without the weight of past conflicts hanging over us. We also began working together on charitable projects, using part of the inheritance to support causes that mattered to us. These efforts helped repair our family bonds and gave us a way to honor my father's legacy in a positive way. Working on these projects gave us a shared purpose and helped shift our focus from what we had fought over to what we could accomplish together. Looking back, it was clear that while the inheritance battle had been painful, it also taught us important lessons. We learned about resilience, the complexity of family relationships, and the power of forgiveness. As we moved forward, these lessons became the foundation of our new start, leading us toward a future that, while different from what we had imagined, offered the hope of unity and mutual respect.
The big glass doors of the fancy hotel opened, and I stepped inside. Right away, I was welcomed by the soft, golden light from a huge, sparkling chandelier hanging in the entrance. People stood around in expensive clothes, smiling and chatting. The women wore shiny dresses and spoke in gentle voices, like everything around them was perfect. As I looked at the beautiful scene, something inside me sank. A small ache touched my chest. This was supposed to be my birthday celebration, my 28th birthday, to be exact. But there was no sign anywhere that the party had anything to do with me. No one seemed excited that I was here. There was no sign, no greeting, no feeling of celebration for me. It was the third time I was turning 28. That's what my family always joked about, how I looked so young. They had invited me, saying, "Let's do something big for once. It's a special birthday." I hadn't seen them in a long time. We hadn't been close for years. But deep down, I hoped this party might bring us back together. Maybe it would feel like old times. Clearly, I was wrong. I walked up to the front desk with a hopeful smile. The hotel worker glanced at me from head to toe. He didn't smile back. "Are you on the guest list?" he asked, like I didn't belong there. I stood tall and gave him my name. "Maud," I said clearly. He looked confused. "Please wait a moment, miss," he said, and walked away. While I stood there wondering what was going on, my mother, Julie, and my sister, Jenna, finally showed up. They were dressed perfectly, like people from a rich magazine photo. They smiled, but something about their faces didn't feel warm. "Oh, Maud, you're here," they said. "It's been a while." Their voices sounded polite but cold. Too cold. Then Jenna said something that made my stomach drop. "There's no seat for you, Maud." "What?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" My mother kept smiling, as if nothing was wrong. "We made the reservation a while ago. The seating is full. There's no space to add another chair now." She said it so calmly, like it was normal. Then she added, "There's a little pub around the corner. Why don't you grab dinner there instead? It'll be nice, won't it?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. A pub? Were they serious? This was supposed to be my birthday party. I was the reason they were all here. And yet, they were sending me away like a stranger. I stood there frozen, trying to smile, but my heart felt like it was breaking. I had kept some distance from my family over the years, but I still thought they would invite me properly. Seeing the shock on my face, Jenna just shrugged and said, "Well, you work at a pub, right? Maybe you'd feel more at home there." Her tone was cold and insulting. I wanted to say something, but nothing came out. In their eyes, I was just the sister who worked at a pub. My mother added in a soft voice, "Don't take it the wrong way, Maud. It's just that the pub might be a better place for you." Her voice was gentle, but her words hurt deeply. It was like they were telling me I didn't belong with them. My eyes filled with tears. I felt embarrassed, angry, and sad all at once. But I forced a smile and said, "I understand. Sorry for bothering you." Then I turned around and walked away. They looked almost relieved, like they were glad I was leaving. I stepped out of the hotel into the cold night. The wind touched my cheeks, and the bright lights of the party faded behind me. As I walked, memories started coming back. From a young age, I had never been good enough in my mother's eyes. My sister was always the smart, outgoing one. She was the one everyone praised. I loved baking. It made me happy. But my mother only saw it as a silly hobby, not something to be proud of. My father, though, was different. He loved my cakes. He would smile every time he tasted them and tell me how good I was getting. His support meant everything to me. But when I was 12, he passed away from an illness. It broke my heart. Soon after, my mother married again. My stepfather didn't care much about me. He only paid attention to my sister, always talking about her achievements and how proud he was. I became invisible in the house, no matter how hard I tried to stand out. Still, I never gave up. I wanted them to be proud of me, so I worked hard. But no matter what I did, I was never enough in their eyes. So I chose my own way. I went to a vocational school, graduated, and left home. I stopped talking to my family and began working as an apprentice at a 4-star restaurant in Germany. Even though they didn't see my worth, I kept moving forward. I had always loved baking. It was my passion. I studied pastry and wanted to learn real, traditional skills. That's why I went to Germany. At first, it was very hard. I didn't know the language, and I felt alone in a new country. But I didn't give up. I kept practicing, learning through mistakes, and slowly got better. Over time, I gained confidence and made the big decision to open my own bakery. Starting my shop wasn't easy. There were many problems. Sometimes I didn't have enough money, and other times, not many people came to buy my cakes. But I never gave up. I loved baking too much to quit. Every mistake helped me grow. Slowly, more people started coming, and word spread about my cakes. Now, people from different parts of the world come just to taste them. Food lovers talk about my shop. When I see that, I feel proud. All the hard work was worth it. These happy moments make me feel truly rewarded. I've learned that no matter how hard life gets, it's important to believe in yourself and keep moving forward. But even with all I've done, my family still sees me as someone who works in a small pub. My sister Jenna is married to Tony, a rich investment banker. He works with big businesses and makes a lot of money. Because of his job, they get invited to fancy dinners and live a life full of comfort. Jenna enjoys a rich lifestyle, but it's all thanks to Tony, not her own work. My parents also enjoy that luxury. They live in a rich neighborhood and spend their days shopping, traveling, and relaxing, all because of Tony's money. I smiled sadly to myself. I realized then, people like them don't change. No matter what I do, they will never see me differently. At that moment, I made a clear decision in my heart. I will never reach out to my family again. I don't need their approval to feel good about myself. There are people out there who respect me and see my worth. I looked up at the night sky and took a deep breath. The cold air helped calm my anger. I knew one thing for sure. My life will be just fine without my family. With that peaceful thought, I slowly walked home. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Max, my shop manager. "Maud, it's an emergency. Come to the shop right away." His message sounded serious, and I stopped in my tracks. "What happened, Max?" I asked. "I'll explain later."
"Just come quickly," he replied.
Worried, I turned around and ran to the bakery. When I got there, the shop was dark and quiet. "Max, are you here?" I called out, feeling nervous. Suddenly, the lights turned on and I heard, "Happy birthday, Maud." All my staff stood there smiling. I was shocked and deeply touched. I stood still, my eyes wide open. On the counter was a beautiful birthday cake, made just for me. My coworkers popped party crackers and smiled warmly as they surrounded me. "Happy birthday, Maud. Congrats on turning 28, they said cheerfully. "This is our way of saying thank you for all the hard work you do." Their kind words filled my heart. Even though my own family didn't celebrate me, I realized I wasn't alone. These people truly cared about me. I held back tears and gave them a big smile. "Thank you, everyone. Really, thank you." I felt so touched by their surprise. Then I asked, "But how did you know I was coming back?" Max, my manager, smiled and looked a little embarrassed. "Actually, we sent a surprise birthday cake to the hotel for you," he said. "But when they told us you had left, we quickly decided to throw a party here instead." Oh, I was surprised, but my heart felt warm and happy. I was truly thankful to have people around me who cared so much. "Max, everyone, thank you so much," I said again. Max grinned and said, "Now let's eat the cake." Everyone cheered, and in that moment, I felt like I had found my real family. Today, I'm known as a skilled pastry chef. I own a popular bakery called Alexandra Ela, which has 2 branches. People love our creative desserts and the cozy, elegant feel of our shops. We're so well known that customers have to book a table 2 months ahead. Even professors from Massachusetts Institute of Technology and wealthy guests are regular visitors. Food lovers say it's one of the best places to go. My name is often seen in magazines and cooking shows. Many people admire my work. But even with all of this success, I never told my family. I didn't feel the need to. I kept my distance and rarely spoke to them. When I was younger, they didn't believe in my dream. They thought being a pastry chef wasn't a real job. When I chose to go to cooking school after middle school, my mother and sister didn't understand. They believed in safe careers, money, and high status. They didn't support my passion or dreams. I felt lonely and confused because we didn't share the same values. That's why I stopped trying to connect with them. Even after I became successful, I never shared anything with them. For me, Alexandra Ela was more than just a business. It was proof that I could achieve something on my own. Even if my family didn't see my worth, I knew others did. My love for baking and the pride in my work kept me going. 4 months after my birthday, I joined an international pastry competition. My team from Alexandra Ela won first place. The best pastry chefs from around the world came to compete, and the judges were very strict. Winning made me believe even more in myself and the path I had chosen. I led my team and gave everything I had to the competition. When they announced the results, I felt a wave of happiness and relief. Tears rolled down my face. We had won. The news of our victory spread fast, not just in the baking world but beyond. More people started talking about our shop. One day, a famous food TV show contacted us. They wanted to do an interview. Normally, I didn't like being on camera. I preferred staying in the background. But this time, I thought it was a great chance to show the world the hard work of my team.
So I said yes.
I didn't know then how much that show would affect my life, especially my family. Some time passed, and finally, the day of the TV broadcast came. My staff and I gathered around the TV in the shop, feeling nervous and excited. When the show started, I saw myself on screen looking a bit awkward, talking about our shop and how much effort we put into everything. The cameras also showed my staff working with focus and care. Everyone in the shop cheered every time our name was mentioned. We smiled at each other, proud and happy. The host called Alexandra Ela a world-famous shop loved by dessert lovers everywhere. I watched the show with a proud heart. But just as the show ended, my phone rang. It was my mother, Julie. I was surprised. I answered the call. "Hello, Maud. What is all this?" My mother said, her voice full of shock. "What do you mean?" I asked, already knowing. "I just saw the TV show. They were talking about a shop called Alexandra Ela. Is that your place? I thought you worked at a pub." I took a deep breath and said calmly, "Mom, I'm not working at a pub. I own Alexandra Ela." "What?" she said, shocked. That shop they said is fully booked for 2 months. That's yours? Yes, Mom, I replied. I always dreamed of becoming a pastry chef. Now the shop is known around the world. There was a long pause. Then I heard her take a breath. But why didn't you ever tell us? I gave a small, sad laugh. Because you and Jenna always made fun of my dream. You said baking was just playing around and that it wasn't a real job. She didn't say anything. That's why I stopped talking about it. I thought I had to prove myself without your help. After a moment, she sighed. I see. But Maud, your shop is really popular now, right? Well, yes, I said. Then let's have a party, she said, suddenly cheerful. We can celebrate your success. I'll invite lots of people. I stood there holding the phone, not sure whether to laugh or cry. I know this party will help make your shop more popular, my mom said. Just think about it. Wait a minute, Mom, I replied, frowning. Every time my mother talks about people she knows, it's always about Jenna, her friends, or relatives who help her keep her place in her social circle. It didn't feel like she cared about me or what I wanted. I sighed, feeling upset, and ended the call without saying anything more. Whatever plan she had, I didn't want to be part of it. But a few weeks later, I found myself at the party she had planned. I didn't really want to go, but I went anyway. The party was big and fancy. It was called Maud's Success Celebration. But most of the people there were from my mother's world, her rich friends, people who knew Jenna and her husband Tony, and others who just wanted to talk about my success to look important. It didn't feel like it was really for me. I felt like I had been pushed into being there. It's your party, Maud. Try to enjoy it, my mother said with a smile. But her eyes didn't match her smile. She looked at me like I was something valuable, not someone she loved. I sighed quietly and decided to just go along with it. I had to play the part of the successful daughter and not cause trouble. While I stood thinking, a man with blonde hair and a suit came up to me. He looked at me with interest and said, "Hello, I'm Tony, Jenna's husband." I was surprised but stayed calm. "Nice to meet you." "I'm Maud," I said as we shook hands. Tony looked thoughtful. "I only found out about you recently. I saw a TV show about Alexandra Ela and asked Jenna if you were her sister. That's when she finally told me." "I see," I said, forcing a small smile. "She always told people she was an only child. You weren't even at our wedding." So, I was shocked to find out she had a sister, and one as successful as you. It hit me hard. My own sister had been pretending I didn't exist. I guess to her, having a sister who wanted to be a pastry chef was embarrassing. Tony noticed my silence and frowned. "I didn't mean it in a bad way. But your desserts are amazing. They're so beautiful, like art." "Thank you," I said. "But honestly, I didn't even want to come to this party." "I figured," he said with a soft laugh. "Still, the fact that you're here means you haven't fully given up on your family, right?" I didn't know what to say. He had a point. If I truly wanted to cut all ties, I wouldn't have come. "Let's just see how things go," I said, giving a small smile as I held the dessert knife in my hand. Even inside my own family, I still felt like an outsider. I had always felt like an extra in my own family, someone who didn't matter. But now, things were different. I had come this far on my own. No matter how Jenna treated me, I could now live with pride. I had finally broken free. After escaping the fancy party, I returned home. I thought about how uncomfortable the whole event had been. I sighed. The gap between me and my family was still wide, and it didn't seem like it would close anytime soon. A few days later, I got a call from Jenna. "Maud, I want to celebrate a friend's birthday at your cafe. You'll save us a special seat, right?" I was surprised. Jenna, who used to act like I didn't even exist, was now calling me as if we were close. But I could tell her words weren't real. "Jenna, I'm sorry. We're fully booked that day," I said kindly but firmly. She didn't give up. "But we're family, right? Can't you make an exception? This friend is really important." "My shop treats every customer the same," I replied. "That's our policy." Her voice changed a little, turning cold. "I see. Then I'll pick another day." She backed off for the moment, but soon she started asking again. Maud, can you reserve the whole cafe? I'm bringing wives of some big investors. And could you make a special dessert set just for them?
Again and again, I said no.
I wasn't going to give special treatment just because we were related. It didn't feel right. The truth was, I felt very uncomfortable. Jenna wasn't calling because she cared about me. She just wanted to use my shop to make herself look better in her social circle. She had never supported my dream. I had worked hard for this restaurant. I had built it with my own hands. I couldn't let family pressure change how I ran my business. One night, after closing the cafe, I saw Tony waiting outside. His face looked serious. I need to talk to you, Maud, he said. What is it? I asked. I want to ask, what do you really think about Jenna? What do you mean? You know she's trying to use your shop, right? I was surprised. He had figured it out. She told me she was helping you as family, he said, but I can see now that she's only doing it for herself. I nodded slowly. It's always been like that. She ignored my dreams, but now that I'm successful, she acts like we're close. If I hadn't made it, there would have been no party, no calls, nothing. Tony sighed. I didn't see that side of her until after we got married. But after meeting you, I finally understand what she's really like. He looked at me and said quietly, Maud, I don't think I can take it anymore. I understand now why your family never really saw you as one of them, Tony said. She always judges people by how useful they are to her. His words made the feelings in my heart rise to the surface. Tony, are you thinking about getting a divorce? To be honest, he said slowly, I've already decided. He looked at me with calm eyes. If I hadn't met you, I might never have realized it. But after seeing your success, I understood something. Life isn't about letting someone else control you. As I listened, I felt something inside me begin to heal. His words gave me peace. Several months passed. One day, I heard that Tony and Jenna were officially divorced. I wasn't surprised. From what Tony had said that day, I knew it was only a matter of time. What had surprised me was how my family changed after the divorce. Jenna could no longer keep up her fancy lifestyle. Her life had depended on Tony's money and social status. Once he was gone, everything started to fall apart. My parents were also affected. They had enjoyed a rich life, but only because Tony had supported them. Without his help, their money quickly ran out. Then one day, my phone rang. It was my mother. I hadn't heard from her in a long time. Maud, she said, please, I need to talk to you. I wasn't sure what to do, but I agreed to meet her at the cafe. When I arrived, I saw my mother and Jenna already sitting there. They looked completely different. The women who once wore designer clothes were now in plain outfits. They looked tired and worn out. It's been a while, Mom. Jenna, I said. They didn't meet my eyes. They looked ashamed. I'm truly sorry, Maud, my mother said quietly. When you said you wanted to be a pastry chef, we looked down on you. But now I understand how hard you've worked. Jenna added softly, I regret not supporting you. I shouldn't have denied your dreams. I looked at them for a moment. You know, I said slowly, I can't just forgive someone because they say sorry. They both lowered their heads. But, I continued, I always wanted you to understand one thing. How much money someone has doesn't show their true worth. They listened without speaking. When I said I wanted to be a pastry chef, you called it unstable and silly. But I believe anyone who takes pride in their work deserves respect, no matter what they do. On the other hand, people who depend on others and never try to stand on their own, they might be the ones who are truly poor. Don't you think? My mother nodded quietly. Jenna bit her lip and looked away. They had finally heard what I had been trying to say all along. I heard that Jenna had started working as a waitress at a small diner. At first, she was confused and unsure, but as she got used to the busy daily routine, she began to understand what it meant to live on her own. My mother also started working as a cleaner along with my stepfather. They now did the same work they once left to housemaids. Through this, they finally began to understand the value of hard work. Seeing them like this made my heart feel a little lighter. I hadn't fully forgiven them, but knowing they were accepting their mistakes and trying to change gave me hope. Family bonds can break quickly, but fixing them takes time. Still, I wanted to believe we could rebuild our relationship step by step. A few months later, I visited the diner. When I saw Jenna working confidently, I was surprised. She looked like a different person, standing tall, speaking politely to customers, and doing her job with pride. Watching her like that made me feel something warm inside. One weekend, our family got together at the diner. While we were eating, I gently said, "Next time, why don't we have dinner at my place? I'll bake a cake. What do you think?" As soon as I said it, I felt the mood around us soften. A warm feeling spread through the group. It wasn't perfect, and we still had a long way to go, but little by little, we were becoming a family again. "Oh, you didn't know about the South Africa trip?" my sister Helen said on the phone, pretending to sound surprised. "I thought Mom told you. We're all going next month, Mom, Dad, Larry, and me. But someone needs to stay back and look after the pets. Mom said she'd ask you." I stood in my kitchen, gripping my coffee mug so tightly I thought it might crack. My name is Tyler, and I had just found out that my whole family planned a tropical vacation without even telling me. What made it worse was that I found out by accident during what was supposed to be a normal call about Mom's upcoming birthday. "No, Helen, Mom didn't say anything about the South Africa," I said, trying to keep calm. "Or about watching the pets." "Well, you know how she is," Helen said, laughing. "She probably just forgot. But you're not busy, right? You can take care of Rocky and Max for the week. Mom was counting on you, since you're the only one not going." The only one not going because they didn't invite me. I started thinking about all those family dinners where they must have talked about the trip. It all made sense now, the quiet conversations that stopped when I walked into the room. How Mom had casually asked about my work schedule. Even how Dad recently asked if I was dating someone. They were all just making sure I'd be free to stay home and pet sit. That evening, Mom finally called. "Honey, I've been meaning to talk to you. We need a small favor." "Let me guess," I said. "You want me to watch the dogs while you're all in the South Africa?" There was no way to hide how upset I was. "Oh, so Helen told you," she said. "Yes, that would be such a big help. You know Rocky gets nervous at the kennel, and Max needs his medicine twice a day. We'll only be gone for 9 days." She kept talking about flight times, the resort, all the little details of their trip. Not once did she say she wished I could come. Not even a simple, "maybe next time." She kept talking about Rocky's special food and how Max needed his medicine on time, like those things would somehow make up for the fact that they planned a whole family vacation without me. "So, you'll do it?" she asked cheerfully. "Your father already told the kennel we wouldn't need them." And Helen's so excited. She found this perfect little resort with amazing snorkeling. You know how much she loves the water.
Of course she had.
My family had always done things like this, making big decisions without ever asking me. To them, I was just the reliable one. Lauren, the one they could count on. The one who never complained, never said no, never got in the way with her own needs or plans. "I'll think about it," I said quietly, already opening my laptop and searching for travel websites. This wasn't new. It started years ago when Helen got into Milwaukee. My parents threw her a huge party, custom banners, catered food, and all their friends came to celebrate her big achievement. But when I got into Chicago University a year earlier, with a full academic scholarship, they just nodded and said, "That's nice, dear." My acceptance letter stayed on the fridge for 3 days. Then it got replaced by Helen's summer dance recital schedule. Helen had always been the star of the family. She was the fun one, the pretty one, the favorite. Even when she dropped out of Milwaukee after 3 years and flew to Europe to find herself, my parents supported her. They even sent her money every month for what they called her self-discovery journey. Meanwhile, I worked 3 jobs through college, graduated with top honors, and built a solid career in marketing. What did that earn me? Just the role of being the family's go-to backup plan. That night, after talking to Mom, I kept browsing travel websites. One destination caught my eye, Heraklion, a small, beautiful island in Netherlands. I had always dreamed of going there since my college photography class. The dates matched perfectly with my family's South Africa trip, and there was even a seat sale going on. My mouse hovered over the Book Now button when my phone buzzed with a message from Helen. Mom says you're acting weird about watching the dogs. Come on, Lauren, don't be difficult. It's not like you have vacation days saved up. What would you even do with time off? You never go anywhere fun. The truth was, I had 4 weeks of vacation saved. My family just assumed I never traveled because I had no fun plans. They completely forgot I had been running a travel blog for 3 years, one that had slowly started getting a good number of followers. But just like everything else I did, my photography in college, my writing in high school, they saw it as Lauren's little hobby. Then my dad called. Princess, your mom's upset. You know how Rocky gets at the kennel. He barely ate last time. Did it ever cross anyone's mind to invite me on the trip? I asked quietly. The silence on the phone told me everything. Well, he said awkwardly, Helen said you probably couldn't take time off work. And your mom likes to plan these things fast. Larry already paid for their room. Right, I said flatly. Just like she planned my college graduation party. Oh wait, she didn't, because Helen's semester abroad came up and everyone flew to London instead. That's not fair, Lauren. Your sister needed the family's support during her journey of self-discovery. I stared at my laptop screen, looking at the beautiful photo of Heraklion. Something inside me changed. For years, I had been the one they could always count on, the responsible one, the one who gave up her plans to help theirs. But in that moment, everything became clear. I'll let you know about the dogs tomorrow, I said, then hung up the call and clicked Book Now on my flight to Netherlands. The next morning, my phone was full of messages. Mom had sent 7 texts, ranging from guilt-tripping me to demanding I change my mind. Helen had left 4 voicemails, each one ruder than the last. Even my dad, who usually stayed out of arguments, sent me a long email saying I was being unfair. I waited until our weekly family dinner to share the news. Like always, everyone was at my parents' house, talking excitedly about their upcoming South Africa trip. During a break in the conversation, I spoke up. I've made other plans for those dates, I said. You'll need to find someone else to watch Rocky and Max. My mom's fork hit her plate.
What do you mean, other plans?
What could be more important than helping your family? My trip to Netherlands, I replied calmly. I took a sip of water and watched their faces go from confused to shocked. Netherlands? Helen laughed. You're not going to Netherlands. I pulled out my phone and showed them my booking. Actually, I am. 9 days in Heraklion, starting the same day you. All leave for the South Africa. You can't, my mom said, looking panicked. What about the dogs? The kennel is already full. That sounds like your problem, I said, my voice steady. Maybe Larry can help since he's close enough to be invited on the trip. That's different, Helen said quickly. Larry's my boyfriend. And he's allergic to dogs. How convenient, I replied. Then I stood up and grabbed my things. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You always do when it matters to you. Lauren, sit down, my dad said firmly. You're acting childish. This isn't like you. That's the real issue, isn't it? I said. You've all decided who I'm supposed to be. The reliable one. The one who's always free to help. The one who never gets included. I looked around the table. Did it ever cross your minds that I might want to be part of the vacation? That I have my own life and my own plans? No one said a word. My mom looked like she might cry. Helen just sat there, shocked. My dad wouldn't even look at me. I have to go, I said, walking toward the door. I need to buy swimsuits. Heraklion has amazing beaches. Just like I thought, the reaction afterward was intense. My mom started a guilt campaign, calling every relative she could. Aunt Judith called and told me I was selfish. My cousin Megan sent long texts about how family should always help each other. Even my grandmother chimed in, though she seemed more confused about why I couldn't take care of the dogs from Netherlands. Helen took a different approach. She showed up at my apartment without warning. You're only doing this to get back at us, she said as she walked in without asking. This isn't like you, Lauren. You've always been the responsible one. The responsible one, I repeated quietly. I repeated her words. You mean the convenient one? The one who's always expected to drop everything whenever someone else needs help. That's not fair, Helen said. We really do appreciate everything you do. Really? Then tell me, when was the last time any of you actually showed that appreciation? When did you include me in any family plans instead of just expecting me to fill in the gaps? Helen dropped onto my couch, her blonde hair still looking perfect even though she was upset. We didn't think you'd want to come to the South Africa. You're always busy with work. Did you ask me? I asked. Did anyone even try to find out if I wanted to go on a vacation with my own family? Well, no, but... You all just assume things about my time, my life, and what matters to me. And you got so used to using me that you didn't even bother hiding your South Africa trip. That's how little you thought of me. Helen's face turned red. Mom and Dad are really upset. They might have to cancel the trip if they can't find someone to take care of the dogs. That sounds like a them problem, I said, using one of Helen's own favorite phrases. When did you get so cold? I'm not cold, I said. I'm just done being the family's doormat. I opened my phone and showed her my travel blog. See this? I have followers, people who actually care about what I share. I have a life outside of being your backup. Helen scrolled through the blog. Her annoyed expression slowly changed to surprise. These photos are really good. When did you get into photography? 4 years ago. Not that anyone noticed. The next family dinner was uncomfortable. My mom had covered the dining room table with all of the dog supplies, special food, medicine, toys, like some kind of guilt display. She kept giving me long, sad looks while talking in detail about how hard it would be to take care of Rocky and Max. The medicine needs to be given exactly 15 hours apart, she said while shaking Max's pill bottle. And Rocky needs his special blanket at bedtime, or he gets anxious. The kennel just won't understand all this. I'm sure they will, I replied calmly as I served myself more potatoes. That's literally their job. My dad cleared his throat. Princess, we could pay you to watch them. Make it worth your time. My ticket to Netherlands cost $5,000, I said. And it's non-refundable. Helen, who hadn't said much since her visit to my apartment, suddenly spoke up. I looked at Lauren's travel blog last week. Did you guys know she has over 40,000 followers? My mom barely looked up from organizing the pet supplies. That's nice, dear. Now about the dogs. No, Mom, I'm serious. Look at these photos she took in Ottawa last year, Helen said, showing my blog on her phone. She's actually really good at this, Helen said. For the first time that evening, my mom actually looked at me, not past me, not around me, but directly at me. You went to Ottawa? She asked. I've been to lots of places, I said. I take short trips whenever I can. I write about them, take photos, and share tips. People follow my blog to learn about good hotels and restaurants. My dad leaned over to look at Helen's phone. These photos look professional, Lauren. Why didn't you ever tell us about this? I did, I said. 3 Thanksgivings ago. But you all changed the topic to Helen's new yoga certificate. The room went quiet. You could feel the weight of the moment. My mom slowly sat down, still holding Rocky's favorite tennis ball. We haven't been very good at listening to you, have we? She asked. No, I said. You haven't. But that doesn't change the fact that we need someone to watch the dogs, she added quickly. And just like that, the moment was over. I stood up. I'm going to Netherlands, Mom. With or without your approval. Maybe now you'll know what it feels like when your plans get messed up. As the day of my flight got closer, my family went through every stage of emotions. My mom started with denial, then moved to anger. She called me ungrateful. My dad tried to make a deal, saying he'd pay for a different Netherlands trip if I went another time. Helen went back and forth between sadness, "You're ruining everything," and finally, "Maybe we should have invited you." 3 days before my trip, my mom made one last try. She came to my apartment carrying photo albums. She showed me old pictures, me watching Helen's dog while she was in Europe, taking care of our pets, always being the responsible one. "You've always been so good with animals," she said, flipping through the pages. "Remember when you took care of Helen's hamster in high school?" "I remember," I said. I also remember missing my friend's sweet 16 to do it, while Helen was at the beach with her friends. That's different. You didn't mind back then.
No, Mom.
I did mind. I just wasn't allowed to say it. She closed the album with a loud snap. Well, I hope you're happy. We had to cancel our trip. The kennel is full, and no one else can take the dogs for that long. I didn't answer right away. I opened my laptop and turned the screen toward her. There was a message from Mrs. Christina, a kind neighbor who lives 3 floors down. It read, "Happy to watch Rocky and Max for a week. I love dogs. Just let me know when to come." I found a solution, I said. Mrs. Christina is retired, loves dogs, and is happy to help for the same price as the kennel. My mom stared at the screen. But why didn't you tell us sooner? Because, I said softly, for once. I wanted you all to feel what it's like not to have me as your backup plan, I said. To know how it feels when someone ruins your carefully made plans without thinking about your feelings. That's a bit petty, don't you think? Mom replied. No, Mom, I said calmly. That's just being human. And maybe next time you plan a family vacation, you'll remember this feeling and think about including your other daughter. On the morning of my flight, I woke up to a bunch of notifications. My mom had tagged me in a post on social media, something she'd never done before. It was a photo from my travel blog, one I had taken in Ottawa. She had written a long caption saying how proud she was of her talented daughter and how she could wait to see my pictures from Netherlands. Helen texted me right away. Mom's trying to impress her country club friends. She's telling everyone she helped plan your Netherlands trip. I wasn't shocked. My mom had always cared a lot about appearances. Now that she realized I had a successful blog, she saw it as something she could brag about. But her social media post didn't erase the years she had ignored my dreams and passions. A little later, my dad stopped by before I left for the airport. He looked a bit nervous, holding something wrapped in a small bag. Your sister showed me your blog, he said. I saw you mention needing a new camera lens for low-light shots. I thought maybe you could use this in Netherlands. He handed it to me. It was the exact lens I'd been saving up to buy. Part of me wanted to say no, to prove I didn't need their late support. But when I looked at him, I saw something new, real interest in something that mattered to me. Thanks, Dad, I said, taking it. Want to see the kind of photos I'm hoping to take? He sat down with me and listened for a full hour while I talked about photo angles, lighting, and camera settings. He even pulled up my blog on his phone and followed it right in front of me. You know, he said as he got up to leave, I canceled my part of the South Africa trip. I told your mother and sister to go without me. Dad, you didn't have to do that.
Yes, I did, he said.
Someone needs to look after the dogs properly, and Mrs. Christina might need help. Also, I want to see your Netherlands photos as soon as you post them. Maybe you can teach me how to leave a comment on your blog. That afternoon, as I boarded my flight to Netherlands, my phone buzzed with new messages. Helen had sent one that actually felt real. Have a great trip, sis. Your photos better be amazing. My mom had texted too, with instructions on how to check the security cameras at their house, so I could keep an eye on the dogs. She clearly missed the point, but at least she wasn't trying to make me feel guilty anymore. But it was my dad's message that made my eyes fill with tears. Just posted my first blog comment.
Hope I did it right.
Make sure you take care of yourself in Netherlands, not just your camera. Love, Dad. As I settled into my seat, I thought about how it sometimes takes something big to break old habits. My family had spent years treating me like the dependable background character in their story. Maybe now they were finally seeing me step into the spotlight of my own life. Heraklion was more beautiful than I had imagined. Every morning, I woke up to breathtaking sunrises over the blue-domed churches. My days were filled with taking photos of narrow cobblestone streets and quiet, perfect beaches. My blog followers loved the daily posts. But what surprised me most were the comments from my own family. My dad commented on every single post. At first, it was things like, beautiful sunset, honey. But soon he started writing thoughtful notes about the lighting and angles in my photos. Helen began sharing my posts on her social media, writing captions like, look what my amazing sister is doing. It was a big change from the usual way she tried to compete with me. My mom had a different approach. She called every day to talk about the dogs, like she was trying to remind me of what I had left behind. "Rocky misses you," she'd say. Or, "Max won't eat unless your dad hand feeds him." When that didn't work, she tried something else, giving me feedback on my blog. "Don't you think you've posted too many sunset photos?" That restaurant review felt a little harsh. You don't want to hurt someone's business. One evening, while I sat at a quiet cafe overlooking the cliffs, I got a call from Mrs. Christina. "Your mother has been here 7 times today," she said, laughing. "She brings me coffee and keeps asking about how the dogs are doing. I think she's having a hard time letting go of control." "I'm really sorry," I began. But Mrs. Christina just chuckled. "Don't be." I told her after 42 years of teaching high school, 5 dogs are easy. She didn't like hearing that very much. That same night, my dad messaged me again. "Your mom booked a hotel for the rest of the South Africa trip. Says she can't relax knowing strangers are with the dogs. Helen's not happy about it." For a moment, I felt a little guilty. But then I remembered all the times my plans, my needs, and my feelings were pushed aside just to keep the family happy. My mom choosing to ruin her own vacation wasn't my fault. Instead of ending my trip early or saying sorry, I kept posting more photos. I started writing about traveling alone as a woman, about breaking free from family pressure, and about learning to follow your own path. The response was huge. Hundreds of people left comments, sharing similar stories and thanking me for encouraging them to stand up for themselves. My blog's followers doubled, then tripled. A travel magazine reached out and asked to feature my photos from Netherlands. Helen called to tell me her yoga students were now following my journey. They even wanted me to come teach a photography class at her studio. "You know what's funny," she said. "I always thought I was the brave one when I went to Europe to find myself. But really, it was you. You found yourself right here, and we didn't even notice because we were too busy with our own problems." On my last night in Netherlands, I sat on my hotel balcony uploading my photos when I got a message from my mom. It was a photo of my old bedroom, now her home office. The walls were covered with framed pictures from my travels. "I had your best shots framed professionally," she wrote. "They deserve better than just reposts on my social media." Below that, she sent a longer message. "I've been thinking a lot since you've been gone. Your dad said something I didn't want to hear, that we've taken you for granted for too long. We forgot that you have dreams, too. I'm not the best at saying sorry, but I'm trying to show you I care." Mrs. Christina had also been sending me daily dog photos, each one showing Rocky and Max completely happy without my mom fussing over them. The last photo showed my dad teaching Mrs. Christina how to use my blog. They were both smiling, with the dogs resting peacefully nearby. Helen's final photos from the South Africa looked different this time. Instead of perfectly posed pictures, she had tried capturing real moments. "Trying to see things through your photographer's eyes," she wrote in the caption. "Not as good as yours, but I'm learning to look deeper." Something had changed during those 9 days. My family wasn't perfect. My mom still texted me every day about the dogs. My dad still had trouble using his phone. And Helen still had moments where she felt a little jealous. But they were trying. Sometimes that's all you can really hope for, not a full change, but the effort to see you differently. 7 months after my trip to Netherlands, we had Thanksgiving dinner together. The dining room walls now had my travel photos hanging beside our usual family pictures. My mom even used my blog's logo to make place cards for everyone at the table. It was a small gesture, but it meant everything. "We have an announcement," my mom said during dinner. "We're planning another family vacation." I got ready to hear something that would leave me out again, but Helen spoke up first. "Before you say anything," she said, "we want you to help plan it. Your blog followers loved your Netherlands posts so much. We thought you could work your magic on this trip too." My dad pulled out a folder. "I've been looking into photography tours in Germany. Thought maybe you could teach us how to take better photos, not just selfies and dog pictures." Then my mom added, trying to sound casual, "Mrs. Christina already agreed to watch Rocky and Max. I asked her months ago, just to be safe." I looked around the table and really saw my family. My mom was still a bit controlling, but now she was trying to use it in a good way. My dad had found something we could share, photography. And Helen? She finally saw me as her equal, not as someone to compete with. Germany sounds perfect, I said, pulling out my phone to show them some early ideas. But this time, I'm handling the travel plans. Wouldn't have it any other way, my dad said with a smile. You're the expert now. Hi, I'm Kelly, and I'm 35 years old, doing really well in the world of interior design. For the longest time, I thought I had the perfect family. My brother Paul and I have always been close, and we were raised to be tight-knit, always supporting each other. But everything changed when Paul met Maria. One day, Paul called me up, excited as ever. Kelly, you won't believe it. I've met the most amazing woman. He was practically glowing through the phone. I was genuinely happy for him. Paul and I always shared everything, so hearing about this new chapter in his life made me excited too. Fast forward 5 months, and suddenly Paul dropped a bombshell. We're getting married, he announced one morning over coffee. I almost choked on my drink. Married? Paul, you barely know her. I tried to hide my shock, but he was completely head over heels in love with Maria. The wedding was a whirlwind, happening so fast, and before I knew it, I had a new sister-in-law. At first, Maria seemed lovely. She was all smiles, very polite, and appeared to fit right in with the family. But honestly, something about her felt a little off to me. During one of our family dinners, I started noticing small things. For example, she would steer the conversation in strange directions. Oh, Kelly, you're still single, right? Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find someone eventually. She said it with a smile, but there was always this tiny hint of judgment underneath her words. I tried to ignore it at first, but the comments kept coming. Every time, they were sugar-coated, but there was always a little sting to them. It was as if she was subtly trying to bring me down. One day, I was helping Mom in the kitchen, and I overheard Maria talking to Paul in the next room. Honey, don't you think Kelly's job is a bit unstable? I'm just concerned about her future, she said. That hit me hard. I had worked so hard to build my business from scratch, and it was thriving. To hear her question my career, like that made my blood boil. Things only got worse from there. At Paul's birthday party, Maria accidentally spilled red wine on my brand new dress. Oh, I'm so clumsy, she said, laughing. But don't worry, it probably wasn't that expensive, right? I smiled through it, but inside, I was furious. It felt intentional, like she was trying to humiliate me. Later that night, I vented to my best friend, Rachel. Something's not right with Maria, I said, frustrated. Rachel nodded in agreement. I've noticed it too. The way she looks at you when she thinks no one's watching, it's like she's sizing up the competition, Rachel said. That made me pause. Was I imagining things, or was Maria really trying to get between me and my family? I sighed. But Paul's so happy, and Mom and Dad love her. Am I just overthinking this? Rachel looked at me seriously. Trust your gut, Kelly. Keep your eyes open. That stuck with me, and from that point on, I started paying more attention. Slowly, I watched as Maria inserted herself deeper and deeper into every part of our family life. She volunteered to help Dad with his finances, constantly offering critiques about how he managed things. She reorganized Mom's entire kitchen, claiming it would be more efficient her way. Little by little, she was changing everything, and no one seemed to notice but me. What worried me most, though, was how Paul started to change. My brother, who used to be so outgoing and full of life, became quieter and more reserved. Whenever we'd talk, he would always defer to Maria's opinion, like he couldn't make a decision without checking with her first. It was so unlike him, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. One afternoon, while out shopping with Mom, I tried to bring it up. Have you noticed anything strange about Paul lately? I asked. Mom just smiled and shook her head. Oh, you're overthinking it, dear. Maria's been wonderful to him. But I wasn't so sure. Something was changing, and I had a sinking feeling that Maria was behind it. I just didn't know how to make anyone see it before it was too late. I decided to talk to my mom about what was happening. Mom, have you noticed anything different about Paul lately? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She hesitated for a moment before replying. Well, he's married now. Change is normal, sweetheart. But, Mom, I pressed on. It's like he's not even the same person anymore. Mom gave me a soft smile. You're just not used to sharing him. Give it some time. I wanted to believe her, but time only made things worse. Every family gathering turned into a battlefield of passive-aggressive comments and tense moments. I tried to keep the peace, biting my tongue when Maria would make one of her snide remarks. But the stress was getting to me. My work started to suffer. My designs weren't coming together, and I found myself losing sleep night after night. One evening, after a particularly rough family dinner where Maria had subtly criticized everything from my outfit to my latest design project, I broke down in my apartment. I couldn't hold it in anymore. The tears flowed, and I felt completely overwhelmed. Just as I was starting to pull myself together, my phone rang. It was Rachel. Kelly, are you okay? You seemed off at dinner, she asked, her voice full of concern. I couldn't hold back anymore. Everything I had been bottling up for months spilled out. I told her about my suspicions, my fears, and how I felt that Maria was slowly isolating Paul from the rest of us. Rachel listened patiently, and when I finished, she spoke firmly. Enough is enough, Kelly. It's time to start digging. There's more to Maria than meets the eye, and we're going to find out what it is. As I hung up the phone, I felt a strange mix of determination and dread. I loved my family, and I would do anything to protect them, even if it meant exposing the person who had slowly infiltrated our lives, hiding behind a friendly smile. Little did I know things were about to get much, much worse. The annual family barbecue at my parents' house was supposed to be a day of relaxation and bonding. But instead, it turned into a nightmare that I'll never forget. Everyone was gathered in the backyard. Dad was at the grill, Mom was setting out salads, and Paul was helping Maria with her chair. I was chatting with my cousin when Maria's voice cut through the noise, interrupting us. Kelly, sweetie, could you grab me a drink? You're not doing anything important, right? Her words stung, but before I could respond, Mom called everyone to the table to eat. The tension was already building, and as we sat down for the meal, it only got worse. Throughout dinner, Maria kept making little jabs. This potato salad is delicious, Mom. Much better than the store-bought one Kelly brought last time, she said with a smirk. That was it. I couldn't stay silent any longer. At least I contribute something, Maria. What exactly do you bring to these gatherings besides criticism? I shot back. The entire table went silent. Maria's eyes narrowed, and with a cold smile, she responded, Well, I bring class for one thing. Something you clearly lack. Before I could stop myself, the words flew out of my mouth. Class? Is that what you call being a manipulative bee? Kelly. Paul's voice cut through the tension, shocked by my outburst. But I didn't care anymore. I was tired of biting my tongue, tired of pretending everything was fine. Maria stood up from the table, tears welling up in her eyes. I can't believe you'd say such things after everything I've done for this family, she cried dramatically before storming off. Paul, of course, followed her without a word. I sat there, fuming, as my parents gave me disappointed looks from across the table. I knew they thought I had crossed a line, but I didn't regret what I had said. Maria had pushed me too far, and I couldn't hold it in any longer. Later, after most of the guests had left, I sat alone in the backyard, replaying the entire evening in my mind. What had I done? Would things ever be the same with Paul again? And more importantly, how would I ever get my family to see what Maria was really doing to us? As I was helping to clean up after the family barbecue, Maria cornered me in the kitchen. Her tone was cold and threatening as she whispered, Listen here, you little nobody. Paul is mine now, and soon, this whole family will see you for the jealous, pathetic person you are. I was stunned by her words. You're delusional, Maria, I replied, trying to keep my cool. That's when things escalated. Maria grabbed a fistful of my hair and yanked it hard. Am I? She hissed, pulling me toward the living room. Let's see what Paul thinks about his precious sister now. She dragged me by my hair into the living room, where Paul was sitting, chatting with Dad. Paul, look what your sister did. Maria cried out, putting on her best act of an innocent victim. She attacked me. Paul turned around, his eyes wide with shock. Kelly, what the hell? He said, disbelief clear in his voice. I tried to explain, but Maria's fake tears and dramatic performance drowned me out. Paul wasn't even listening. His anger was directed at me, not her. "I think you should leave, Kelly," he said quietly but firmly. Humiliated and furious, I grabbed my things and walked out, my heart heavy with frustration. The next day, Rachel came over to find me still in my pajamas, surrounded by empty ice cream containers. I was emotionally drained, replaying the awful scene in my head over and over again. "That's it," Rachel said firmly, looking at the mess around me. "We're not letting her get away with this. It's time to fight back." Over the next week, Rachel and I started digging into Maria's past. We searched for anything that could reveal her true character. It didn't take long before we found inconsistencies in the stories she had told us. The college she claimed to have graduated from had no record of her. The company she said she worked for? It didn't even exist. But the biggest break came by chance. While grabbing coffee one afternoon, I bumped into a woman named Amy. She introduced herself as one of Maria's former coworkers. "Oh, you know Maria?" Amy asked, looking curious. "How is she? Still ruining lives, I assume?" My heart raced.
What do you mean by that?
I asked cautiously. Amy sighed and started telling me everything. Maria had a long history of causing chaos wherever she went. She had bullied coworkers, manipulated bosses, and even gotten Amy fired by planting fake evidence of theft. Maria knew exactly how to turn situations to her advantage and hurt those who stood in her way. "Be careful," Amy warned me. "Maria is dangerous when she feels cornered." I left the cafe with my head spinning. I finally had proof that Maria wasn't who she claimed to be. But as I reached for my phone to call Paul, I hesitated. Would he even believe me? Or would it just push him further away from me and closer to Maria? I stood there, torn between protecting my brother and preserving what little remained of our relationship. This was just the beginning. Maria's mask had slipped, and now I had a choice to make. How far was I willing to go to expose the truth? After weeks of debating with myself, I finally made a decision. I couldn't let Maria continue her manipulation without a fight. I made a call to James, a private investigator recommended by one of my clients. We agreed to meet at a quiet coffee shop to discuss everything. "So, you want me to dig into your sister-in-law's past?" James asked, glancing down at the folder I had brought with me. I pushed it across the table, feeling the weight of my decisions settle on my shoulders. "Here's everything I've found so far," I said, my voice steady. "But I need more. I need to know everything." James nodded, picking up the folder and flipping through the papers. "All right. I'll see what I can do." Leaving the cafe, I felt a sense of determination that I hadn't felt in a long time. Maria had messed with the wrong person. I was going to protect my family, no matter what it took. Little did I know, the path ahead was going to be even more difficult than I imagined, but I was ready. It was time to uncover who Maria really was, and I wasn't backing down. As James flipped through the pages of the file I gave him, he let out a low whistle. "Your sister-in-law has more red flags than a parade," he said, shaking his head. "I'll see what I can dig up." 5 weeks later, James called me with news that sent chills down my spine. "Kelly, your sister-in-law isn't just a liar, she's a professional con artist. She has multiple identities and fraud charges in 4 different states. And get this, she's been using your brother's business to launder money." My hands started to tremble as I tried to absorb what he was saying.
How?
"How is she doing that?" I asked, barely able to get the words out. "Fake invoices, ghost employees, the whole works," James explained. "Your brother's company is a ticking time bomb." I thanked James and hung up the phone, my heart pounding. I had to tell Paul. But how could I break this news to him? Just as I was trying to figure out what to do next, my phone buzzed with a text from my mom. "Family dinner tonight.
Maria insists."
Please come."
Great.
Just what I needed. The atmosphere at dinner was tense from the moment I walked in. It was like everyone could feel that something was off, but no one wanted to acknowledge it. Maria was all smiles, playing her usual game. But when her eyes met mine, there was something cold and calculating about her stare. Paul was sitting next to her, looking a bit tired. Maria, in her sweetest voice, suddenly said, "Paul, Honey, why don't you tell everyone about our vacation plans? Paul cleared his throat, looking a little uncomfortable. Well, we're thinking of taking a trip. Maybe an extended one. 5 months or so. I nearly choked on my drink. 5 months. I blurted out. What about the business? Maria's smile grew tighter, and she quickly answered for him. Oh, Paul can run things remotely. Right, sweetie? She said, giving him a look that made it clear she was pulling the strings. Paul just nodded, like he didn't have a choice. After dinner, I couldn't hold back anymore. I cornered Paul in the kitchen, my heart pounding. Are you sure about this trip? 5 months is a long time, especially with everything going on at work. Paul sighed, looking worn out. Kelly, please. Maria thinks it'll be good for us. We need some time away from everything. I bit my tongue, realizing how deep Maria's control over him had become. It was like he couldn't see what was happening right in front of him. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about how to help Paul. I knew I couldn't do it alone. I reached out to Amy and some of the other victims I had discovered during my investigation into Maria's past. We formed a small support group, sharing our stories and the evidence we had gathered. We need to stop her before she ruins more lives, Amy said one day during one of our meetings. I nodded, a plan starting to form in my mind. I think I know how, I said, feeling a flicker of hope for the first time in a while. For the next week, I worked tirelessly to gather every piece of evidence I could find. I was determined to expose Maria once and for all. But she wasn't stupid. She must have sensed that something was going on. One evening, as I was leaving my office, I walked to my car and found my tire slashed. My heart sank. A note was tucked under the windshield wiper. It read, "Back off, or next time it won't be just the tires." I stood there, frozen, the fear creeping in. I quickly called Rachel, my hands still shaking. Rachel, she knows. I whispered into the phone. Maria knows I'm onto her. Rachel's voice was calm but firm. Then we need to act now, before she can do any more damage. She was right. There was no more time to waste. Maria had played her game for long enough. It was time to expose the truth and protect my brother from the web of lies she had spun. With Rachel by my side, I set the plan into motion. This was it. There was no turning back now. We were going to take Maria down, and nothing was going to stop us. I called my parents, Paul, and the rest of the family. Emergency family meeting tomorrow night. It's about Paul's safety, I said, my voice firm. As I hung up the phone, doubt crept in. Was I doing the right thing? What if this all backfired? But then, I remembered the defeated look in Paul's eyes, how Maria had manipulated him and everyone else around her. No, this had to be done. The next day seemed to drag on forever. I spent the entire day triple-checking all the evidence I had gathered, making sure every detail was solid. I rehearsed what I was going to say, over and over again in my head. As the evening approached, my phone buzzed with a message from Paul. Maria's not feeling well. We might not make it. My heart sank. Of course, Maria would try to avoid this. I texted back quickly. Please, Paul. It's important. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't. Hours passed, and I heard nothing. I was starting to give up hope when I heard a car pull up outside my apartment. Peeking out the window, I saw Paul helping Maria out of the car. She looked pale and leaned on him dramatically. It was obvious that she was putting on a show. As Paul and Maria entered my apartment, the tension in the room was thick. My parents, Rachel, Amy, and a few others were already there, waiting. Maria clearly didn't expect this kind of gathering. What's going on? Paul asked, confusion evident in his voice. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. Paul, everyone, it's time you all knew the truth about Maria. I was calm but determined. This was the moment of truth. Maria's eyes narrowed. Kelly, you're being ridiculous, she snapped, but I didn't let her continue. I pulled out a stack of documents from my bag and held them up. Maria, or should I say Amanda? Or is it Lisa? How many identities do you have? I asked, staring straight at her. Paul's face went pale as I laid out the evidence in front of everyone, the fake names, the fraud charges in different states, the money laundering through his business. Amy and the others shared their stories of how Maria had manipulated them, the lies, the deceit, the way she had hurt so many people. Maria tried to interject, her voice growing hysterical. "They're lying, Paul. Baby, you know me," she cried, desperately trying to keep her mask intact. But I could see Paul's disbelief turning into anger. "Is it true?" Paul asked, his voice shaking. "Have you been using my company to launder money?" The mask Maria had been wearing for so long finally cracked. Her sweet, innocent demeanor vanished, replaced by cold, hard fury. "You're all idiots," she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. "Paul, you are so easy to manipulate, and the rest of you? Pathetic." The room went silent. Mom gasped in shock, and Dad clenched his fists. Paul looked utterly heartbroken, his world crashing down around him. Maria saw her way out and made a dash for the door, but Amy was quicker. She stepped in front of Maria, blocking her escape. "Not so fast," Amy said firmly. "The police are on their way." The next few hours were a blur. Maria was arrested, screaming and shouting threats as she was led away in handcuffs. She didn't try to hide her true nature anymore. The mask was gone, and all that was left was the real Maria, manipulative and dangerous. Paul sat in silence for the rest of the evening, trying to process everything that had just happened. It was hard to watch him like that, knowing how much pain Maria had caused him. Days turned into weeks. Paul filed for divorce almost immediately. He also worked tirelessly to save his business, trying to undo the damage Maria had done. It was going to be a long road to recovery, but Paul was strong. I knew he would make it through, even if it took time. As for me, I was relieved. We had exposed Maria for who she really was. I had protected my family, and even though it was a painful experience, I knew we were all better off now that Maria was out of our lives for good. In the end, it wasn't just about the evidence or the lies. It was about standing up for what was right, even when it was hard. And I knew that Paul would heal, and our family would become stronger because of it. We had faced the truth, and we had won. I stood by Paul's side through everything. Months later, as we celebrated the successful relaunch of his company, he pulled me aside and said, "Kelly, I'm sorry I didn't believe you sooner. Thank you for not giving up on me." I hugged him tightly, feeling our bond stronger than ever. As I looked around at my family, now free from Maria's toxic influence, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts and stand up to people who try to bring you down. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. We were free, together, and stronger for having gone through this storm. And that's the end of my story. Now, I have a question for you. If you found out your sibling's spouse was a criminal, would you expose them or stay quiet to protect your sibling's happiness? What's more important, family peace or justice? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. It's a tough decision, and I'm curious to hear what you would do. If you enjoyed this wild story, don't forget to hit that like button. My name is Rachel Harris, and I'm turning 33. I live with my husband Adam, who is 3 years older than me, and our 7-year-old son, Peter. We're a family of 3. Today, I'm going to a friend's wedding with my husband. Even though I call them friends, they're more like Adam's friends, and I only recognize them by face. The wedding is at a fancy hotel, and I'm amazed by how luxurious it is. While Adam greeted people he knew, I stepped away to use the restroom. As I was walking back to the ceremony, I heard a rude voice say, "Oh, look at that defective person. Why are they even here?" I thought, what? Who are they talking about? It felt like the people nearby were saying mean things on purpose, loud enough for me to hear. It wasn't just gossip, it was clearly offensive. But no one spoke directly to me. I didn't want to deal with such rude behavior, so I walked away. Suddenly, I heard someone shout, "Hey, ugly, can't you hear me?" I ignored it and kept walking. My name isn't ugly, and I wasn't going to let them bother me. But then, I heard quick footsteps behind me. Before I knew it, someone grabbed my arm tightly and it hurt. "Wait a minute. I'm talking to you," a woman shouted. I looked at her and pulled my arm away. She stumbled backward, acting all dramatic. Another woman rushed over to help her, giving me a dirty look. "Lauren, are you okay? Why are you being so rough?" she asked, glaring at me. What's going on? Who are you?" I asked, confused. She snapped back. Who am I? You really don't remember me, do you? How rude. When I asked that, she raised her eyebrows, surprised.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Do you really think you have the right to act like this, with just a high school diploma? If you've forgotten, let me remind you I'm your sister, Lauren. Does that name ring a bell? And this is our mother. Can you honestly say you've forgotten your own mom? I thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Maybe there was someone with that name in my past. But I didn't want to waste time talking seriously with them. My response only made them angrier. At that moment, 3 men hurried over. What's going on? We could hear the shouting from over there. Lauren, aren't you ready yet? You're still in your regular clothes you need to change for the wedding, one of them, who she called Dad, said. Lauren pointed at me and yelled, this suspicious person sneaked into our wedding. Get her out of here right now. The 3 men reacted very differently. The one she called Dad looked at me with wide eyes and then a clear look of displeasure. The other man, Noah, froze in shock, his face turning pale. Why is Rachel here on such a happy day? Noah asked, his voice unsteady. She must have snuck in by mistake. It's unbearable. Someone call security. Wait, watch what you're saying, Noah quickly added, his face still pale. This person is... While the man called Dad agreed with Lauren, Noah tried to intervene. I muttered under my breath, you really know nothing, but no one heard me. Just then, Adam appeared. Rachel, there you are. I've been looking for you. Everyone turned to him. I smiled slightly and said, sorry, I got caught up with some strange people on my way back. I moved closer to Adam. He quickly assessed the situation, understanding it right away. Lauren's face changed when she saw me standing next to Adam, glaring at me with anger. Her parents still looked confused, not fully understanding what was happening. Noah was flustered and was the first to speak. Mr. Harris, I apologize. My wife said something inappropriate. I'm really sorry to your wife, too. Come on, Lauren, you should apologize as well, Noah said. Why should I apologize? Lauren shot back, pointing at me again. She's the one who should be sorry. This disrespectful person barged into our special day. I don't know how she got here, but she's a disgrace to our family. We should have cut ties with her a long time ago and never seen her again. Wait, family? Noah looked shocked, glancing between me and Lauren. Just then, the 3 people called Dad and Mom stepped in. Oh, Noah, we're so sorry. We have a difficult eldest daughter. It's embarrassing to even talk about her. We've managed to keep it a secret all this time. We kicked her out of the house 10 years ago. How did she even find out about Lauren's wedding? What does she want by coming here uninvited? She's not trying to ruin the wedding, is she? Mom continued. Actually, Noah, she's not very bright. She only finished high school and couldn't get into college. After that, she just wasted time doing part-time jobs, staying at home, and being a burden. She was like a parasite. She should be thankful we supported her through high school. So, why did she sneak into the weddings? Even though they treated me badly, I had cut ties with them a long time ago and didn't care about their insults. These people were, technically, my family, at least on paper. But my parents had always favored my younger sister, who was 7 years younger than me, and had ignored me for as long as I could remember. My father's family had been doctors for generations, and our home was also a clinic. My mother worked there as a nurse. To outsiders, our family probably looked like we had everything we needed. But in reality, it was a toxic home. I remember trying hard to win my parents' love when I was young, but I eventually gave up because their favoritism towards my sister made no sense to me. She was seen as attractive and I was not. Luckily, though it might sound strange, I was smart and did well in school. So I focused on my studies, aiming to leave home as soon as I could. Back then, I felt like I was just playing the part of the defective older sister in the family. I won't allow you to go to university. You're a defect by nature, and there's no way you could get in. Start working right after high school, become independent, and contribute financially to the house. You should be grateful we even raised someone as unattractive as you. You owe us for that. As for college expenses, we'll consider it for Lauren, but there's not a single cent for you. You'll spend your life serving us. Even if you get a job, it won't be anything important. This is what my parents told me during my senior year of high school. I actually recorded that conversation, along with many other times they verbally abused me or acted irrationally, and I still have those recordings today. My sister, Lauren, also treated me poorly, following our parents' example. She would often mock me, trying to prove she was better. I'm going to become a doctor and take over Dad's job in the future. I'll work hard enough for both of us, since my big sister can't. Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, learn from her mistakes, and do your best, Lauren. Don't worry, we'll support you fully, unlike your sister. You're truly our pride. They would have conversations like this right in front of me, as if I wasn't there. It felt like watching a bad play. After high school, I worked different part-time jobs for about 4 years. I still lived at home, even though they called me a burden. They wouldn't let me leave because they wanted to use me when it suited them. But secretly, I rented an apartment. Even though my family kept saying, "We won't forgive you if you do this," or "We won't allow that," I realized after turning 16 that I didn't need their permission anymore. Of course, there were challenges like needing a guarantor for some things, but I made it work. I also intentionally reported less income from my part-time jobs so they couldn't demand much money from me. I started investing, slowly building up my savings. When Lauren was preparing for her high school entrance exams, she claimed she couldn't concentrate with me around, and I was kicked out of the house. My parents probably thought I'd come crawling back, but for me, it was the perfect chance to finally be independent. They must have been surprised that I, the daughter they thought was incapable, never returned. But soon, it didn't matter to them. For my parents, having Lauren was enough. Now, 10 years have passed since then. I overheard a heated argument between Lauren and a man named Noah. Today was their wedding day, so now they're married. Although my sister's name was on the invitation, I didn't think much of it at the time because I had already lost interest in this family. Why are you taking her side? I've been saying she's suspicious. Just her being here ruins the mood.
Kick her out.
Lauren demanded. Noah replied, I've told you several times. I invited these people. You even checked the invitations with me, remember? They're official guests, so you should apologize for what you said earlier. Hearing this argument so close to their wedding was unsettling. Just then, my father suddenly looked surprised and said, Wait, isn't he the son of the head of Harris General Hospitals? My mother was equally surprised. Harris General Hospital? The famous one? He's the son of the head doctors? Lauren added, shocked. In the middle of their stares, Adam introduced himself with a smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Adam Harris, and this is my wife, Rachel. Adam's parents are well-known doctors who have managed a hospital for years, and Adam is being trained to follow in their footsteps. Hearing this, my parents were amazed. Noah then spoke up. It's unbelievable, but to think that Dr. Harris's wife is my wife's sister, what a coincidence. That means we're related now. Unable to hide his surprise, Noah apologized. Dr. Harris, I'm sorry if my son has caused any trouble in the past. Before he could say more, I cut him off. My sister's husband, Noah Schnapp, is a doctor and works at a university hospital. I took my son to see him recently because he wasn't feeling well, but that's all. Adam has many connections with doctors, and it seems Noah respects Adam a lot. Noah then asked, How's our feeling now? Based on my diagnosis, he should start treatment right away. I suggest you take him to my hospital for tests and hospitalization. Although Noah was kind in his offer, I replied, Actually, we've decided to get a second opinion from another doctor. It's important to be sure. Noah looked surprised by my response. I sensed that he wanted to treat my son as a special case, but I was uncomfortable with the idea of my child being seen as just another opportunity for profit. I politely declined his offer with a smile, but suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed through the room. Why are you acting like that? Are you trying to make up for being a high school graduate by marrying a doctor? You think marrying the heir of a big hospital makes you better? You're still the same. Your education hasn't changed, and you think too simply. You actually have a child? Poor kid, with you as his mother, Lauren sneered. Hey, Lauren, please stop. We're family. Why do you keep saying such things? Noah tried to calm her down, but Lauren glared at him, standing firm in her opinion. Then Adam spoke. Rachel, are these people really your family? He asked with doubt. No, I replied. They can't be called family anymore. A real family wouldn't suddenly scold you for no reason, or refuse to feed you just because you spilled a little food. They wouldn't give me old, second-hand clothes they found in a dumpster while laughing and comparing them to the fancy clothes they gave my sister. They wouldn't throw away my school materials, saying I'm too stupid to need them, or ruin my textbooks by soaking them in water. I continued, a real family wouldn't strip you naked in the winter for not lending a book to your sister, or lock you in a hot shed in the summer. They wouldn't sell your belongings behind your back or tell you directly that you're expected to work for them for life. People in town noticed the unfair way the clinic treated us and suspected abuse. It's no surprise no one takes their kids to their clinic anymore. It's amazing no one reported it when we were younger. Now their business is failing, and they don't even realize it's their fault. As I calmly revealed the cruel things from my past, Noah looked shocked. My parents were equally stunned when they realized I knew about the clinic's financial struggles since I left. My in-laws had discovered this information while investigating, deeply sympathizing with what I went through. Adam felt the same and had looked into my parents' clinic, possibly as a form of justice. Lauren interrupted, shouting, "Stop it. Stop lying. We didn't do any of that. It's your fault for being a failure." Noah, don't believe her. But it was too late. Noah looked at her with disdain. I thought to myself, none of this would have happened if she had just ignored me and walked away back then. But then Noah spoke up. No, actually, it's you who's lying. Me? Lying about what? Lauren responded in disbelief. That Mrs. Harris only graduated high school. She has a college degree, is a successful businesswoman, and the CEO of a company that provides food for hospitals, including ours, Noah explained. CEO, my sister gasped in shock, staring at me like she couldn't believe it. My parents looked just as surprised. Stop lying. She's just a high school graduate. Are you saying she went to college behind our backs without us knowing? My mother accused. Yes, I did go to college, I replied calmly. I was already an adult, and I didn't need to tell strangers who aren't my family. What are you saying? How can you speak to your parents like that? We didn't give you permission to go to college, my father shouted. Why would I need your permission? I replied calmly, and they couldn't hide their anger. After high school, I worked various jobs and saved a good amount of money. I used that money to pay for college because there was still so much I wanted to learn and achieve. Living on my own gave me freedom, and I proved I could do anything. While in college, I started my own business. That's also when I met my husband. Looking back, it fills me with a lot of emotion. Meanwhile, my sister mumbled to herself, her face pale. I can't believe it. I always thought she was the useless sister who couldn't do anything on her own, that she would be nothing after being kicked out. But she graduated from college, became a CEO, and married the heir of a major hospital.
Why?
I thought I would be the successful one. Why is she more successful than me? Why does she look happy? Why indeed? I replied. Maybe it's because, despite being treated unfairly, I never gave up and kept working hard. Maybe luck helped a little too. I looked at my sister firmly, then revealed something shocking. By the way, I heard you dropped out of middle school. Is that true? This revelation left everyone, including my parents and Noah, completely stunned.
What? What are you talking about?
Who dropped out of middle school? My sister snapped back, though I admired her attempt to deny it. I heard from a distant relative, someone who has always been kind to us. I continued. When I left home, you thought you could easily get into a top school without studying. You went into the exam unprepared and ended up writing almost nothing, which led to you failing as expected. After that, you started acting out at home and shut yourself away for a long time. You only came back into society when our parents introduced Noah as a suitable husband for you, I explained. As I spoke, Noah's face grew more serious, while my parents and sister turned pale. The information came from a distant cousin on my father's side, who is known for being good at gathering details. Though we only met a few times when I was a child, he looked after me and even acted as my guarantor. You're lying. What are you talking about? My sister protested, trembling. But I continued. Actually, the claim that you work in medical administration is also false, isn't it? In reality, you don't have the qualifications and you're only doing basic tasks, not handling any real responsibilities. At least some professional ethics are being followed. Stop it. You're lying. All of it is false, she cried out. Maybe, I replied calmly. What I heard was just a rumor. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. At that, my sister quickly turned to Noah, studying his face. He looked doubtful, confused, and clearly disappointed. Lauren, you told us you graduated from a prestigious women's university, had qualifications, and were helping with your family's hospital. Was that all a lie? Falsifying your academic background is fraud. Have you deceived me? Noah asked her directly. No, Noah. Don't just believe her. You're my husband, you should trust me, she pleaded. Then name even one professor from the university you claim to have graduated from, he challenged her. Flustered, my sister struggled to respond. That's not important right now. Really? Well, let's call a professor from the department you said you attended. They're also a family friend and know us well, Noah proposed, ready to find out the truth. As he said this, Noah calmly picked up his phone. Please stop. That's not necessary, Noah, she pleaded, panicking. You trust me. That's enough. Lauren suddenly snatched Noah's phone from his hand and slammed it onto the floor. There's no need to check, just believe me, she shouted. Fueled by anger, she stomped on the phone with her high heels over and over, completely destroying it. Her face twisted in rage, almost like a monster, shocking Noah and everyone around. My parents tried to calm her down, but her anger wouldn't subside. The scene caught the attention of other guests and staff, who gathered around, concerned. The venue turned chaotic with the sudden outburst. Even though I was there, it felt like I was watching from a distance. I no longer felt any connection to my sister or my parents. My family now was just my husband and son. Shall we go home? I think we've done our part here, I said to Adam. He looked a little surprised and asked, Are we leaving already, Rachel? I smiled calmly. It's okay, let's go. Oh, and let's stop by the cake shop in this hotel and get some cake. I heard there's one that's really popular right now. Adam smiled and agreed. That sounds like a good idea. Let's pick up a cake on the way home. We left the venue with a light laugh. Later, I heard that Noah got involved in a lawsuit for giving false diagnoses and overcharging patients. After that, my former parents, facing serious financial trouble, tried to reach out to me for help. Not knowing how to contact me, they showed up at the hospital where Adam works, hoping to see us. She's the daughter-in-law of the hospital heir. She's our daughter. Let us see her right away. Contacting the son of the hospital director will solve our problem. We're in big trouble, and we need her help. After all, we raised her, so it's only natural for her to support us, they loudly proclaimed at the reception, causing a scene. But it wasn't Adam or me who responded, it was my parents-in-law. With a firm look, they asked, What business do you have with our daughter? My parents, clearly unsettled, froze and quickly left the hospital. They tried to reach out several times after that, but they never focused on fixing their own problems. Eventually, their hospital had to close down. When I heard about the closure of my parents' hospital, I didn't feel much emotion. Instead, I felt a sense of relief, like they were finally facing the consequences of their actions. It was one of the most refreshing moments for me. Later, I learned that Lauren and Noah had divorced. I was surprised their marriage had even lasted a few months. The lawsuit Noah was involved in, along with his dismissal from the hospital, must have seriously damaged their relationship. Lauren always seemed determined to outdo me and find greater happiness, but she kept making bad decisions. Her first mistake was starting an affair with an older, married doctor, thinking it would help her gain a better position. But when the affair was discovered, the doctor's wife demanded compensation, and it became a big issue. Desperate, Lauren turned to our parents for help, but they disowned her, calling her a disgrace to the family. I don't know what happened to her after that, but she had struggled since failing her high school entrance exams and had spent a long time isolated at home. She ended up working in shady places, facing many hardships that affected her health, and eventually left her homeless. Hearing these stories made me lose interest in her completely. Meanwhile, my former parents, now nearing retirement, are struggling to find jobs as doctors or nurses. No hospital will hire them because of their bad reputation, which likely stems from how they treated me and others in the past. They're just people from my past now, and I no longer think about them. As for my son, I'm happy to say that after being checked at another medical facility, he no longer needs to be hospitalized, and his condition has improved greatly with the right medication. I'll continue to do everything I can to protect my family.
The funeral was yesterday. Today, I found the eviction notice on my bedroom door, typed on crisp legal paper, as if they couldn't wait 24 hours after putting my father in the ground before trying to kick me out of my childhood home. My name is Bianca, and I've spent 29 years in this house. Every crack in the ceiling, every creak in the floorboards, they're as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. But right now, walking these halls feels like navigating a foreign country where I've suddenly become an unwelcome tourist. Darling, could you keep it down? We're trying to have a family meeting. Esme's voice drifted from my father's study. No, her study now, apparently. The way she emphasized family made it clear I wasn't included in that category. I paused outside the door, hearing the murmur of voices. My step-siblings, Faith and Tyron, were in there with her. 3 vultures, picking over the bones of my father's legacy before his body was even cold. The real estate agent can come next week, Faith was saying. We should get this place listed before the market shifts. I pressed my hand against the solid oak door, remembering how many times I'd knocked on it as a child, seeking my father's attention. After he married Esme, those knocks went unanswered more and more frequently. Bianca? A voice behind me made me turn. Milton Wilkinson stood there, briefcase in hand, looking every bit the expensive lawyer in his tailored suit. I was just coming to find you. We need to discuss some matters regarding your father's estate. I assume that's related to this? I held up the eviction notice, keeping my voice steady. He smiled, the kind of smile that probably cost his clients $500 an hour. Among other things, perhaps we could set up a meeting for tomorrow, say 10 a.m. at my office. Wilkinson LLP. I read from his business card. The same firm that handled my father's will. Precisely. He nodded, already turning away. Don't worry, we'll sort everything out. I watched him walk away, his expensive shoes clicking on the hardwood floors my grandmother had selected decades ago. The same grandmother who taught me that the quietest people were often the most dangerous. The study door opened, and Esme emerged, her children flanking her like designer bookends. Oh, Bianca, dear, I hope you're doing all right. Her sympathy sounded as artificial as her highlights. I'm fine, I said, noting how Faith was already wearing one of my mother's antique bracelets. Just processing the eviction notice. It's nothing personal, Tyron offered, adjusting his glasses. Just business. Jerry, he wanted things this way. I thought about the letter, hidden in my grandmother's old jewelry box upstairs, the one she'd read to me 5 years ago, making me memorize every word. I'm sure he did, I said quietly. We can help you find a nice apartment, Faith added, her smile not reaching her eyes. Something cozy, perfect for starting fresh. I nodded, watching them sweep past me toward the main staircase. They moved like they owned the place, which, according to the papers Milton was undoubtedly going to show me tomorrow, they probably did. What they didn't know was that ownership could be a complicated thing. My grandmother had taught me that too, in the quiet hours we'd spent together before she passed away. Never show your hand too early, she'd said, dealing cards across her antique coffee table. Let them think they've won. That's when they make mistakes. My phone buzzed. A text from Greta, my old college friend turned lawyer. Got your message. Don't sign anything tomorrow. Trust me. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and headed upstairs to my room. The eviction notice crackled in my hand as I folded it carefully and placed it in my desk drawer. Through my window, I could see Esme in the garden, already pointing at features she wanted to change. Another text from Greta. Just check the records. You're going to want to see this. Meeting tomorrow? I typed back a single word. Yes. Downstairs, I could hear Faith and Tyron laughing about something. The sound echoed through the house, my house, like they were already celebrating their victory. I sat on my bed, running my fingers over the familiar pattern of my grandmother's quilt, and smiled. Tomorrow, Milton Wilkinson would try to tell me I had no claim to my home. Tomorrow, they'd all learn what it meant to underestimate the quiet girl who'd spent her life watching and waiting. But for now, I just listened to them laugh. Milton's office smelled like expensive leather and arrogance. He sat behind a mahogany desk that probably cost more than most people's cars, while Esme and her children arranged themselves on the plush chairs beside me like they were posing for a family portrait, one that clearly didn't include me. First, let me express my deepest condolences, Milton began, shuffling papers with manicured hands. Your father was a remarkable man. He certainly was, Esme dabbed at dry eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. Such a shame how confused he became near the end. I kept my face neutral, remembering my grandmother's words. Let them fill the silence. People reveal themselves when they're uncomfortable. Now, regarding the will, Milton continued, your father made some significant changes in his final months. He felt, given your successful career in real estate law, that you were more than capable of establishing yourself independently. Faith reached over and patted my hand. We all know how strong and independent you are, Bianca. I pulled my hand away, watching Milton extract a document from a leather folder. The estate, including the main residence and all associated properties, has been transferred to Esme and her children, he said, his tone carefully measured. You've been allocated a thank you sum of $50,000, which we feel is quite generous given the circumstances. The circumstances? I kept my voice quiet. Your father mentioned you'd grown distant in recent years, Esme interjected. He worried you didn't need him anymore. A memory flashed. My father's study door locked again, while Esme's voice murmured inside. Me, standing there with his birthday gift in hand, hearing them laugh about something I wasn't meant to hear. We're prepared to help with your transition, Tyron offered, looking bored, though you'll need to vacate the premises within 30 days. Milton slid the document toward me. If you'll just sign here, acknowledging receipt of the terms. I thought about my grandmother's letter, sealed in her distinctive blue envelope, about the quiet afternoons we'd spent in her study, reviewing papers I hadn't fully understood at the time. Interesting, I said. The word hung in the air like smoke. Milton's pen paused mid-tap against his desk. I'm sorry, he said. It's interesting that you're using the Anderson precedent for property transfer without consideration of pre-existing trust structures. The pen stopped tapping entirely. Milton's expression flickered. I don't follow, he said, but his tone had lost its patronizing edge. You will. I stood up, smoothing my skirt. My lawyer will be in touch. Your lawyer? Faith laughed. Bianca, don't be difficult. This is what Dad wanted. Jerry was very clear about his wishes, Esme added, her voice hardening. Don't embarrass yourself with pointless legal challenges. I picked up my bag, feeling the weight of my grandmother's letter inside. You know what my grandmother used to say about wishes? She said they're like butterflies, beautiful to look at, but terrible things to build a house on. Milton was already reaching for his phone. Perhaps we should discuss this further. No need, I cut him off. Greta Morrison will handle all future communications. Greta Morrison? The color drained from Milton's face. From Morrison and Associates? The same. I headed for the door, then paused. Oh, and Esme, that bracelet Faith's wearing, the sapphire one from the master bedroom. What about it? Esme snapped. It's not part of the estate. It belongs to my grandmother's trust. I'd like it returned by end of day. Faith's hand flew to her wrist. But Dad gave it to me. No, he didn't. Because he couldn't. Check the inventory from 2018. I smiled, channeling my grandmother's quiet steel. And while you're at it, you might want to check a few other things too. I left them sitting there, their perfect family portrait cracking at the edges. In the elevator, my phone buzzed with a text from Greta. Papers filed. You should see Milton's face when he gets the injunction. Another memory surfaced. My grandmother, teaching me chess on rainy afternoons. The best moves, she'd said, are the ones your opponent doesn't see coming until it's too late. I stepped out into the sunshine, hearing Faith's voice rise in panic from the office above. They thought they were dealing with the grieving daughter, too broken to fight back. They thought wrong. My phone buzzed again. Greta, ready to show them what a real estate lawyer can do? I typed back 2 words. Make it hurt. Behind me, Milton's office door slammed open. I heard hurried footsteps, but I didn't turn around. Let them chase. Let them worry. Let them finally understand that the quiet girl they dismissed had learned from the best. The game was just beginning. Your grandmother was a goddamn genius, Greta said, spreading documents across her office desk. Look at this structure. Shell companies, blind trusts, property holdings dating back 15 years. She built you a fortress while they weren't even watching. I picked up a deed from 2008. She knew this day would come. 5 years before your father married Esme, Greta nodded, her red hair catching the afternoon light. Your grandmother started moving assets the moment that woman walked into your lives. The memory hit me like a wave. I was 24, sitting in my grandmother's sunroom. She'd called me over urgently, holding a blue envelope. Listen carefully, sweetheart, she'd said, her voice strong despite her age. I'm going to read you something, and I need you to remember every word. I blinked back to the present as Greta slapped another folder down. They have no idea what's coming. That trust your grandmother set up, it owns controlling interest in 3 of the properties Esme thinks she just inherited. How did Milton miss this? Because your grandmother used Aaron to set it up. You remember Aaron? The financial manager everyone underestimated because he drove that beat-up Toyota? I smiled. Another of my grandmother's lessons: never trust anyone who spends more on their car than their education. Here's where it gets beautiful, Greta continued, pulling out a spreadsheet. The mortgage on Esme's precious vacation home, the one she got in the will, the trust holds the note. We can call it due any time. My phone buzzed. A text from Faith. We need to talk, please. Things are getting out of hand. I showed it to Greta, who snorted. They're starting to sweat. Good. Want to make them sweat more? What did you have in mind? She pulled out another document, this one bearing yesterday's date. Remember that development project Tyron's been bragging about? The one where he's planning to convert those rental properties into luxury Airbnbs? I nodded. Well, those properties? They're zoned residential only. No commercial use allowed. And guess who sits on the zoning board? Aaron, I said, finally understanding why my grandmother had insisted I keep in touch with her old financial manager. Bingo. Greta leaned back, satisfaction written across her face. Your grandmother didn't just leave you money, Bianca. She left you leverage. Another memory surfaced. My grandmother teaching me to play poker, using chocolate chips as betting tokens. The cards don't matter as much as knowing when to play them, she'd said, dealing another hand. So what's our next move? I asked. Greta's smile turned predatory. We let them dig themselves deeper. Tyron's already spent money on architects for those Airbnbs. Faith's been shopping for furniture for the main house. And Esme? She's already tried to list 2 properties she doesn't actually control. My phone buzzed again. Esme this time. This hostility is unnecessary. We're family. Let's discuss this like adults. Family, I muttered. Now they want to talk about family. Speaking of family, Greta said, pulling out one final document. Remember that antique collection your father kept in the study? The one Esme's been planning to auction? I nodded, thinking of the vintage watches and rare books my grandfather had collected. Your grandmother transferred ownership to the trust in 2010. If they try to sell even one piece, we can have them charged with theft. A knock at the office door interrupted us. Aaron walked in, still wearing his familiar, worn blazer. Sorry I'm late. Traffic was terrible. He set his battered briefcase on Greta's desk. But I brought something you might want to see. He pulled out a stack of papers, yellowed with age. Your grandmother asked me to hold these until the right time. They're the original property deeds, with some interesting notations about maintenance costs and tax obligations. Greta snatched them up, her eyes widening as she read. Oh, this is perfect. Esme hasn't paid property tax on any of these holdings since your father died. She's already in default. My phone buzzed one more time. Tyron, the contractors are here. Please don't do this. I looked at the message, then at the document spread across Greta's desk. My grandmother's careful planning, laid out like a chess game she'd started years ago. What do you want to do? Greta asked, pen poised. I thought about the eviction notice, about Faith wearing my mother's bracelet, about all the locked doors and excluded moments. Send them a dinner invitation, I said. Greta raised an eyebrow. A dinner invitation? Yes, at the house, tomorrow night. I picked up the property tax documents. Let's give them one last chance to be civil, before we show them exactly what my grandmother taught me about family. Aaron smiled, adjusting his worn blazer. Your grandmother would be proud. No, I said, thinking of all her quiet lessons. She'd say I'm just getting started. The locksmith was already working on the front door when I pulled into the driveway. Faith stood nearby, tapping her foot impatiently while Tyron leaned against his BMW, pretending to read something on his phone. Excuse me, I called out, walking up with my coffee in hand. What exactly are you doing? The locksmith glanced between me and Faith, his tools pausing. Ma'am, I was hired to— Change the locks, Faith cut in, as is our right. This is our property now. I took a slow sip of my coffee. Sir, could I see your work order? Don't answer her, Tyron snapped, finally looking up from his phone. We don't need to explain anything. I pulled out my phone, dialed, and put it on speaker. Hi, Officer Roberts. Remember that trespassing situation we discussed? Faith's smug expression faltered. What are you doing? Yes, ma'am, came the officer's voice. Would you like me to send a unit? The locksmith started packing his tools. I don't want any trouble. Neither do I said pleasantly. That's why I'm giving everyone here exactly 2 minutes to leave before Officer Roberts arrives to enforce the standing property order. Property order? Tyron pushed off his car. What property order? A police cruiser turned onto our street, lights flashing. The one my lawyer filed yesterday, I said. The one prohibiting any modifications to the property until ownership is legally settled. Faith's face turned red. This is ridiculous. Dad left us this house. Did he? I watched the cruiser park. Or did Esme convince a sick man to sign papers he didn't understand? Officer Roberts stepped out, adjusting his belt. Everything okay here, Miss Bianca? Just a misunderstanding, I said. These people were leaving. The locksmith was already gone, his truck pulling away. Tyron grabbed Faith's arm. Come on. This isn't worth getting arrested over. This isn't over, Faith hissed as they retreated to Tyron's car. No, I agreed. It's not. I waited until they drove away before turning to Officer Roberts. Thank you for coming so quickly. No problem. Your grandmother was always good to this department. He tipped his hat. We've got patrols watching the property, just like you requested. Later that afternoon, I sat in my favorite cafe downtown, pretending to work on my laptop while Faith and Tyron held court at a nearby table, loud enough for everyone to hear. That hideous study needs to go first, Faith was saying. All those awful old books and that prehistoric furniture. Already got a buyer for the art collection, Tyron added, and wait till you see the plans for the rental properties. High-end vacation rentals. We'll make a fortune. My phone buzzed, Greta sending files. I opened them, scanning quickly as Faith and Tyron continued their performance. Mother's already talking to interior designers, Faith announced. That house needs a complete overhaul. No more of that dated, stuffy. Excuse me. I stood up, walking to their table. Thought you might want to see this. I placed the documents Greta had sent in front of them. Property records, mortgage statements, tax assessments. What is this? Tyron picked up a paper, his face going pale. Proof that your mother defaulted on 3 mortgages the moment she tried to claim them. I pointed to the relevant lines. And since my trust holds the notes. Faith grabbed another document. This can't be legal. Oh, but it is. Your mother's been playing with the borrowed money for years. Did you really think those properties were free and clear? But Dad was sick, I cut her off, and Esme took advantage. Unfortunately for her, my grandmother saw it coming years ago. Tyron's hands were shaking. The development plans, I already paid the architects. Might want to get a refund. I gathered the papers. Those properties aren't zoned for commercial use. Never will be. Faith stood up so fast her chair fell over. You think you're so clever? Mother will what? I asked softly. File for bankruptcy? Because that's coming too. I'm calling in all her debts. Every single one. The cafe had gone silent, everyone pretending not to watch. You can't do this, Tyron whispered. I already have. I turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Faith? That artwork you're planning to sell? Try it. Art theft is a felony in this state. My phone buzzed again as I walked out. Greta sending a thumbs up emoji. She'd been watching through the cafe window across the street. Another message followed. Esme just called Milton in a panic. Want to guess what she found in her mail today? I smiled, thinking of the property tax notices that had been delivered that morning. How long until she figures out she's broke? Hours? Maybe minutes. Want to twist the knife? I thought about my grandmother's chess lessons, about patience, about waiting for the perfect moment. Not yet, I typed back. First, let's see who shows up for dinner tomorrow night. I set the dining room table exactly as my grandmother had taught me. Fine china, crystal glasses, silver perfectly aligned. The projector screen was discreetly set up at the far end of the room, waiting. They arrived together, Esme, Faith, and Tyron, dressed like they were attending a business meeting rather than a family dinner. Their forced smiles couldn't hide their tension. What a lovely gesture, Esme said, handing her coat to the housekeeper, the same one who'd worked for my grandmother for 20 years. Though I must say, we were surprised by the invitation. Were you? I gestured to their seats. I thought it was time we had a proper conversation about transitions. Faith fingered her water glass nervously, noticeably bare of my mother's bracelet. Bianca, about yesterday. Let's eat first, I interrupted, nodding to the housekeeper. Martha's made Dad's favorite pot roast. The first course arrived in uncomfortable silence. I watched Esme push her food around, noticed how Tyron's hand shook slightly as he reached for his wine. So, Esme finally said, your lawyer has been quite active lately. Has she? I took a sip of wine. I hadn't noticed. This hostility isn't necessary, Tyron cut in. We can work something out. I picked up a remote control. Actually, that's why I invited you here tonight. I wanted to share some family memories. The projector hummed to life, and suddenly the dining room wall filled with home video footage. My father, younger and healthier, playing with me in the garden. Oh, how sweet, Faith said, relief evident in her voice. Is this some kind of... The footage changed. Now it showed my father in his study, looking confused and frail, while Esme spoke to him in a sharp whisper. The timestamp showed 3 months ago. Esme's fork clattered against her plate. Where did you get that? The house has security cameras, I said calmly. Grandmother had them installed years ago. She never trusted you, you see. Another clip began playing. Esme arguing with my father about the will, his face distressed as she waved papers at him. Turn it off, Tyron demanded. Why? We're just getting to the good part. I forwarded to another clip. Faith and Tyron ransacking my mother's jewelry box the day after the funeral. Faith pushed back from the table. This is harassment. No, I said, pressing pause. This is evidence of coercion, of theft, of elder abuse. Would you like to see what else I have? Esme's composed facade cracked. What do you want? I pulled out an envelope and placed it on the table. Inside are default notices for 3 properties you thought you inherited. You have 30 days to vacate. You can't, Tyron started. I can. I do. I will. I laid out more papers. Here's the documentation showing the art collection belongs to my grandmother's trust. Here's the proof that you failed to pay property taxes. And here, I pulled out one final document, is a copy of the original will, the one Dad signed before you convinced him to change it. Esme's face had gone white. Those properties, they're all we have. No, they're all you thought you had. There's a difference. I stood up, walking to the projector. Would you like to see the footage of you forging Dad's signature on the bank documents? The police would find it fascinating. You're bluffing, Faith whispered. I played the clip. The color drained from Esme's face. Martha, I called out, could you please show our guests out? I believe they've lost their appetite. As they stood, shaking, I held up one final envelope. Oh, and Esme, this contains proof that you've been embezzling from your charity foundation. I'm sure the board would love to see it. You vindictive little, she started. Careful, I cut her off. Remember who taught me to be vindictive? You spent years showing me exactly how cruel family could be. Consider this your final lesson. They fled like shadows from sunlight, leaving their dinner untouched. Through the window, I watched them argue in the driveway before speeding away in Tyron's BMW. My phone buzzed. Greta, how'd it go? Exactly as planned, I replied. How long until the charity board receives those documents? First thing tomorrow. Want me to send the property tax notices to the county assessor too? I looked around the dining room, at the family portraits watching from the walls, at my grandmother's knowing smile in each one. Yes, I typed back. It's time to end this. Martha appeared at my elbow. Would you like me to clear the table, Miss Bianca? Not yet, I said, sitting back down at my place. I think I'll finish my dinner first. After all, I smiled, raising my glass to my grandmother's portrait. This is still my house. The doorbell rang at midnight. I knew who it was before I opened the door. Esme stood there, mascara smeared, clutching her designer handbag like a shield. We need to talk, she said, pushing past me into the foyer. This has gone far enough. I closed the door quietly, watching her pace on the antique rug. Has it? The charity board called an emergency meeting. Her voice cracked. They're auditing everything. Everything, Bianca. Isn't that what boards are supposed to do? She whirled to face me. I can offer you money, more than that pitiful sum in the will. Name your price. My price? I leaned against the doorframe. For what exactly? To make this go away. She dug through her bag, pulling out a checkbook. 200,000 right now. I smiled, thinking of my grandmother's voice. Money doesn't buy class, dear. It just rents it. The vacation house, Esme continued desperately. You can have it. Just call off the dogs. The house you mortgaged 3 times over? I shook my head. No thanks. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at it and let out a small sob. The board, they're suspending me pending investigation. Karma's interesting, isn't it? Karma? She laughed hysterically. You engineered this. You and that grandmother of yours. Always plotting. Always watching. Heavy footsteps on the stairs made us both turn. Tyron appeared, looking disheveled. Mother? What are you doing here? Your mother's offering to buy my silence, I said, with money she doesn't have. He stepped into the foyer. The architects called. They're demanding payment for the plans, but all our accounts are frozen. Frozen? Esme whispered. Standard procedure in fraud investigations, I explained. The charity board is being thorough. Tyron slumped against the wall. Faith's hysterical. The gallery she hired for the art auction is threatening to sue for breach of contract. That's not my problem, I said. Not your problem? Esme advanced on me. You're destroying our lives. No, I stepped forward, meeting her glare. I'm taking back what's mine. There's a difference. More footsteps. Faith this time, mascara rivaling her mother's. The rental property? There are people at the rental property. County assessors, I nodded, doing their job. They're changing the locks. She grabbed Tyron's arm. All our stuff is in there. How should have paid those property taxes, I said. But you were too busy planning renovations that would never happen. Esme sank onto the stairs, her designer dress crumpling. Please, we're family. Family? I walked to the study door, my father's study, and opened it. Family doesn't manipulate dying men into changing their wills. Family doesn't steal inheritances or forge signatures. We can fix this, Tyron pleaded. Together. We'll find a way. There is no we, I cut him off. There never was. You made sure of that years ago. Faith started crying. Where are we supposed to go? That's not my problem either. I checked my watch. But you need to leave. Now. This isn't over. Esme stood, trying to gather her dignity. We'll fight this in court. With what money? I asked quietly. Your assets are frozen. Your reputation is ruined. Your lawyer dropped you this afternoon. Yes, Milton called to tell me himself. They stood there, these people who tried to erase me from my own home, looking lost and small in the grand foyer. Get out, I said, all of you, before I call the police. They shuffled toward the door, a broken parade of designer clothes and shattered arrogance. But Esme paused at the threshold, turning back with venom in her eyes. Your father would be ashamed, she spat. My father stopped being himself the moment you started poisoning his mind, I replied. But my grandmother, she'd be proud. She taught me everything I needed to know about people like you. I closed the door on their faces, listening to their footsteps fade into the night. My phone buzzed. Greta sending updates. County seized the rental property. Charity board voted to pursue criminal charges. Art gallery filed their lawsuit. Want me to keep going? I walked to my father's study, running my hand along his desk. Tomorrow, I'd start going through his papers, trying to piece together the man he was before Esme. But tonight? No, I typed back to Greta. I think they've had enough for one day. Another text came through. This one from Aaron. Your grandmother left one more envelope. Said to give it to you when the storm passes. Ready for it? I looked around the study, at the space that was finally truly mine again. At the home my grandmother had helped me protect without ever living to see the victory. Yes, I replied. I'm ready. The quiet house settled around me, its familiar creaks and groans welcoming me home. Outside, I heard Tyron's BMW start up and drive away for the last time. The storm hadn't just passed. I was the storm. The courthouse buzzed with tension as I walked through the security checkpoint. Reporters clustered near the entrance, but I moved past them without comment. My grandmother always said silence spoke louder than words. Courtroom 3 was already packed. Esme, Faith, and Tyron huddled with their new lawyer, a desperate-looking man in an off-the-rack suit. Milton sat in the back, pretending to be invisible. Greta met me at our table, red hair pulled back severely. Ready? Born ready, I said, setting down my briefcase. The judge entered, a no-nonsense woman who'd known my grandmother from charity work. As everyone settled, I caught Esme shooting me a venomous look. Your Honor, Esme's lawyer began, this case is a simple family dispute that's been blown out of proportion. Simple? Greta stood. Your Honor, we have documented evidence of fraud, coercion, and elder abuse. We have video footage of the defendant forging signatures. We have... Objection! Esme's lawyer sputtered. Those videos were obtained without consent. In a private residence, the judge noted, where the owner had every right to install security cameras. Overruled. Faith started crying quietly. Tyron stared at his hands. Furthermore, Greta continued, we have proof that Mrs. Gibson systematically manipulated her husband's finances while he was mentally incapacitated. The evidence mounted like a tidal wave. Bank records, medical reports, witness statements from household staff. With each new document, Esme seemed to shrink further into herself. And finally, Greta pulled out one last file. We have the original will, witnessed and notarized, showing Mr. Gibson's true intentions before his illness. This is persecution. Esme suddenly stood, her voice shrill. We're the victims here. This ungrateful girl. Mrs. Gibson, the judge cut in sharply, sit down or I'll have you removed. The next hour passed in a blur of legal terms and rulings. When the judge finally spoke her decision, it fell like a hammer. The court finds in favor of the plaintiff. All properties and assets are to be returned to their rightful owner under the terms of the original will and existing trust structure. Faith collapsed into Tyron's arms. Esme sat frozen. Furthermore, the judge continued, given the evidence of financial misconduct, I'm referring this case to the district attorney's office for potential criminal charges. Reporters scribbled frantically. Cameras clicked. Court adjourned. As people began filing out, Esme rushed toward me, her face contorted. You've ruined everything. We're destitute because of you. No, I said quietly. You're destitute because you tried to steal what wasn't yours. Security stepped between us, but I wasn't finished. I leaned close to Esme's ear and whispered, there's no karma, just cause and effect. You wrote your ending the moment you decided to betray my father. In the hallway, reporters swarmed, shouting questions. Through the chaos, I saw Milton trying to slip away. Mr. Wilkinson, I called out. He froze. The Bar Association might be interested in your role in all this. He hurried away, leaving his briefcase behind in his haste. Outside the courthouse, Greta handed me a stack of papers. Property transfers are already being processed. The estate is yours, officially and completely. And them? I nodded toward Esme and her children, huddled miserably by their lawyer's car. Faith and Tyron are moving into studio apartments downtown. Esme, Greta smiled grimly. Well, the charity board's criminal complaint is just the beginning. My phone buzzed. Aaron sending a photo of the for sale sign being removed from the family estate's front lawn. Miss Bianca? A young reporter approached cautiously. Would you like to make a statement? I thought about all the statements I'd wanted to make over the years. About being sidelined in my own home. About watching my father slip away under Esme's influence. About my grandmother's quiet strength. No, I said simply. The truth speaks for itself. As we walked to the car, Greta squeezed my arm. Your grandmother would have loved this. She did love it, I said. She orchestrated it years ago. We just had to follow her plan. One last glance back showed me Esme being served with more papers, probably from the charity board. Faith was crying into her phone, likely begging friends for a place to stay. Tyron just looked lost. Ready to go home? Greta asked. Home. Not just a house anymore, but truly home again. Yes, I said. I think I'll have Martha make grandmother's favorite tea. We have some celebrating to do. The courthouse steps fell away behind us as we drove toward the estate. My estate. Where quiet strength had finally won over loud greed, just as my grandmother had always promised it would. Martha set the tea tray on my grandmother's favorite side table as I opened the final blue envelope Aaron had delivered. The paper inside was crisp, my grandmother's elegant handwriting as clear as if she'd written it yesterday. My dearest Bianca, I read aloud, if you're reading this, then everything has played out as we planned. A knock at the door interrupted me. Greta entered, carrying a thick manila envelope. "You won't believe what just came across my desk." "Try me." I gestured for her to sit. "Publishing house. They want your story. 6-figure advance." She pulled out a contract. Apparently, someone leaked the courthouse drama to a literary agent. I set my grandmother's letter aside. "Not interested." "What?" "Bianca, this is huge. People love justice stories like this." "This was never about publicity," I said, picking up my tea. "It was about setting things right." My phone buzzed, a news alert. I opened it to find Esme's face plastered across the local news website. "Local charity board chair arrested for embezzlement." "Saw that coming," Greta said, helping herself to tea. "Faith and Tyron." "Faith's working as a receptionist downtown. Tyron's selling insurance in the next state over." I closed the article. "They're learning to live without trust funds." "And the properties?" "The rental homes have good tenants who deserve stability. I'm keeping them affordable." I smiled. Grandmother always said real estate should shelter people, not just wealth. Martha appeared at the door. "Miss Bianca, Mr. Aaron is here." Aaron walked in, still in his worn blazer, carrying a familiar wooden box. "Found this in your grandmother's safety deposit box. Thought you might want it now." Inside the box lay photographs, dozens of them. My father as a young man, laughing with my mother. Me as a baby cradled in my grandmother's arms. Family moments. Esme had tried to erase, preserved perfectly. "There's more," Aaron said, pulling out a small key. "Your grandmother left instructions about the study." We walked to my father's old study together. The key fit a hidden panel behind his desk, a compartment I'd never known existed. Inside lay another letter, this one in my father's handwriting. "He wrote it before he got sick," Aaron explained. "Your grandmother made sure it was safe." My hand shook as I opened it. "My dearest daughter," I read, "if you're reading this, then I failed to protect you. But your grandmother didn't." Greta squeezed my arm as I read silently. My father's words. His real words, not the ones Esme had forced him to write, filled the page with love and regret. "He knew," I said finally. "He knew what she was doing, but he was too sick to stop it." "That's why your grandmother set everything up," Aaron said. "She promised him she'd make it right." A noise from the hallway made us turn. Martha stood there with a small package. "This just arrived for you, Miss Bianca." Inside was a worn leather diary, my mother's. A note from my grandmother's lawyer explained it had been held in trust, to be delivered only after the estate was secured. "Your grandmother thought of everything," Greta said softly. "No," I corrected her. "She taught me everything. About patience, about justice, about being strong without being cruel." I walked to the window, looking out at the garden where I'd played as a child, where my grandmother had taught me chess and cards and the quiet power of waiting. "The publishing house called again," Greta said. "They're very persistent. Tell them no." I turned back to the room, to the study that now held no bitter memories, only heritage. Some stories aren't meant for everyone. Speaking of stories, Aaron pulled out one final envelope. "The charity board wanted you to know. They're renaming the foundation. After your grandmother." I smiled, thinking of Esme's face when she'd hear that news in her jail cell. "Miss Bianca?" Martha appeared again. "Will you be taking dinner in the dining room?" "Yes," I said. "Set 3 places, and use grandmother's china." As Martha left, Greta raised an eyebrow. 3? "You 2 are staying," I said. "Family dinner. Real family." We settled into the dining room as evening fell, sharing stories about my grandmother, about justice, about quiet victories. The house felt warm, lived in, loved again. "They tried to take my home," I said, raising my glass. "They ended up giving me their future." "To serenity," Aaron said, using my grandmother's name for the first time. "To serenity," Greta echoed. I touched my glass to theirs, watching the sunset paint the dining room gold. Outside, the garden my grandmother had planted bloomed bright and strong, just like the legacy she'd left behind, just like me.